All right. Y'all should be able to hear me now. Should be able to hear me now live at the motherfucking building. We back. Oh, I'm a bit behind. I'm gonna let them folks hop in, tap in, get you up to speed. I'm a little late. Drinking one of these. Shambazon. Have you said Sambazon? We're gonna get into it tonight. Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. Everybody's wondering how deep we gonna go in with Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. Get this together here. Everybody getting their notification a little late, so glide on in. What's happening? It is the Cosmic P Pusher. Patiently waiting for the P Pushers to show up. Cause ain't nothing bigger than a P. Ain't nothing bigger than a P. That's what we're gonna get into today. Everybody thought we was gonna be doing some. Yeah, I don't know how we rock over here. We ain't with all that conspiracy theoritorial. And I'm gonna start this off today. I see everybody coming in. Zero, peace. And my motherfucking dog, Rose of Flames. What's happening, Captain? Catnip, what's happening, Captain? Oh, man. For those who actually felt or came here to hear a lot of conspiratorial news, today we're going to tap into that. You know, there's a lot of noise in my background. Let me see here. Yo. How is the audio? How's the video? How's the audio? How is the video? Drop something in the chat. Let me know if the audio. Coop TGS. What's happening? How's the audio doing? Chris Dixon, what's happening? Brother from another. What's happening? Oh, my brother from another showing up. So I want to make this point blank clear. They say the audio good. Zero old fans say the audio good. I know I talk a lot of shit about conspiracy theories that seem to have over time not turn out to not be so conspiratorial in their nature. And I've said multiple times, right, about we really don't deal with conspiracy. Today we're gonna actually address the biggest conspiracy theory that there is that I think everybody seems to ignore. But it's a reason why we don't attack conspiracy theories over here, bro. Because you go down that rabbit hole, Neo, and you'll never fucking come out. Hopefully you will. And a lot of us do. You know what I'm saying? But hopefully you will if you have stirred down that path of conspiracies. But here today, and I must say, this is what I also wanted to address. I have to be quite honest with you that the conspiracies that have swept us, that ultimately pushed us, a lot of us, into spirituality, right? It may seem like spirituality is talking all about conspiracies and waves and frequencies and wearing fucking aluminum foil on your head because the reptilian aliens is trying to do this to you. It may seem that may be spirituality, when all the less it has nothing to do with. On a grandiose scheme of things, it has nothing to do with spirituality. On the goal, on the path, it has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with it. Okay? And we're going to get into that today because there's actually a greater conspiracy that we all seem to ignore. And I understand why we seem to ignore the greatest conspiracy. Oh, it look like I'm skipping. Am I skipping? Am I good? Y'all let me know again. So I can hold it. Yeah, somebody let me know if I'm. It look like it started skipping, y'all. I do not want to fuck this up. Let me know, gang. Y'all let with it. Let me share this while we on here. So I see some in the chat. Oh, let me know how. Let me share. Okay, now we good. We clear. Okay. Okay. Appreciate everybody. Okay. Share this. Boom. We live. So one thing that we do know, right? My throb, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening? I did. It did when I was high. When I was in high school, then I grew up. My throb, peace, peace, peace. Hasadia, peace, peace, peace. And my boy Rosa Flame said, "Yeah, it was when I was in high school. Then I grew up." And that's just real reality. I even questioned the fellow YouTubers here. Hey, what did y'all? What do we do if we actually went over to Jeffrey Epstein? Not the files, but the interview. Which, because now, so for those who have been tuned in with me, you know I'm going to come at it from a totally different way than just like, look how sick these people are. If you don't know that by now, you know, well, hey, you're in for a ride, bucko, buddy, pal. You're in for a ride. That's not what we do here. To sit here and try to make ourselves feel so self-righteous because someone else is doing the thing, is not doing what we do, or they're doing what we don't do. So we feel better about ourselves. I see a lot of that going on. There's going to be a lot of that going on. It's kind of hard, right? For the ego to not seep in and try to feel its way of superiority over the next human being. Let's see. Yeah, I want to hear a stream from anyone about an issue. That's mad love, bro. That's mad love, Rosa Flame. That's mad love. Because I have to show you the same way I have to show myself, because you are myself anyway, to myself. We have to be able to discern through, to scrutinize our own reality of our own self perception, lowercase self perception. We have to be able to see through it. And what's so hard for spiritual people or human beings in general to do is put that mirror up and accept. That's the beginning of the 30-second path. Well, that's how you go through the 30-second path if we're talking about the Kabbalistic way, right? To get through the 30-second path is acceptance that this shit is the way that it is. You're not getting nowhere if you can't accept the way that this shit is here. And what I mean the so-called fucked up aspect of this world. It is what the fuck it is. And if it wasn't, then why the fuck is it? It is the way it is because it has to be. That's probably wasn't the best way to say it, but nonetheless, it is the way it is. The closer you get to accepting that, then you can so-called move forward in your spiritual journey. So-called, right? Because we ultimately know that there's not a journey. But for relative speaking, we're going to say that. You're not going to be able to move anywhere because you're holding your emotional attachment, your emotional trauma, and your own personal beliefs. We've already shown on this channel how we understand beliefs are not real because they change. You do not believe the same things that you believe when you were 6 years old. You just don't. So your beliefs change. I make that a lot. Peace, peace, peace. Appreciate you showing up. Appreciate you showing up. You ain't missed nothing yet. We just sitting here giving a little pep talk. So you got to think about this. Everybody's harking up freaky Jeffrey Epstein. And I want you to know that this is to be clear, right? Anything that we're going to talk about here, you need to understand beforehand, this is not a sympathizing with someone else's ego, someone else's mind, and the things that they have done. This is not in any way a sympathetic to make someone look whatever the fuck you can think. Over here, this is just for people who don't watch this channel, who don't know. This is not like, oh, really, let's just say. No. We look at things from an observatory standpoint because that's our natural state anyway. We are looking from an observatory standpoint because that's our natural state anyway. You want to call it the soul, you want to call it consciousness, that's what we've always been doing. That's the cosmic principle. Observation. We've only been observing. We're just under the illusion that we're doing. That's because we start to take identification with this body and this mind. But we know we're not the body and the mind, and we're going to get to that again. We're going to stick to these principles. We're going to stick to these principles. So whatever anybody could say, because when I first initially brought this up, I received numerous inboxes. Even people said they'll unsubscribe to the channel if I did something about Jeffrey Epstein. Like, motherfucker, you obviously ain't meant to be here. Anyway, for the simple fact that you already wouldn't know how we would come with this shit. You said, I make that a lot, says, say less, I'm at work with it. Been tapping into your channel, and it made me rethink, relearn, and revise my own self. That's all this shit is about, bro. Salute to you, bro. Salute to you, bro. It ain't even really me. I'm telling you, that shit sound like some spiritual woo-wah shit, but it's not even really me. It's all you. And when we start to see that there really is no we, that's just the truthful I, then you'll see. Recently, like 2 past weeks. Recently, I like 2 past weeks in this one, I experienced a big shift in how I see society. I now see the illusion very, very clearly, but I don't fight anymore. I don't know what I just don't know what is next. I don't fight anymore. I don't know what is next. It's like you said, that Bobby Hemming said, nobody want to hear the truth. They only want to hear the truth from certain individuals. Listen, Joel, that's exactly what we're going to go to. That's exactly what we're getting into today. Because that's the problem. You want the truth. Everybody's truth seekers, right? Everybody's truth seekers. But we want the truth to be delivered by way of a standard, in a way that we're comfortable with, and for it to come from somebody that we like. Liking someone has a lot to do with your ego and your preconceived notations of who and what you think you are. As we've already said, that fumbles into belief, and we know beliefs are not real. So I used to like motherfucking chitlins. Now I don't like it. See what I'm saying? But if we want to receive truth because it comes from somebody that we don't like, we reject it. So you're not really a truth seeker. You're really a ego massager seeker. You're looking for someone to massage your ego. You're looking for somebody to, and remember, ego doesn't necessarily mean anything bad. Ego just means your identification. You're just looking for somebody to rub who you think you are in the way that you perceive shit to be on an individual level. All right, it says the oath of the abyss. Come on now. All right. Martha said, gotta apply the cosmic P to everything I perceive in order to keep my ass in check. That is what we're doing here. That's what we're doing here. You have to apply it. So we're going to actually go through, because this was actually interesting to me. It's very interesting to me. Someone who may be a child molester, someone who may be whatever the fuck else they say this guy is. Because, like, let's keep it 100. Let's keep it 100. How much do you really know about this person? It's very easy to sit and point the person at somebody for doing something. You listen to rap music, how much do you know if X, Y, and Z rapper actually shot somebody? How much do you know? Like, are you 100% sure? Just as sure as you are in knowing how to tie your shoe? Are you that 100% sure? That's what we're getting into. We're talking about direct knowledge. I can tell you, sit here, I did all this shit in the streets. I can maybe get friends on here to, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, he did that. Oh yeah, we did that. And it's maybe believable. But are you 100% sure? We seem to be so 100%. Isn't that the way fucking mind control fucking works? We're gonna get into that, y'all. We're gonna get into that. All these people are taking a red pill just to wake up inside another matrix. Sorry to say, that just may be the case for it, man. And that's what, for me, that's what these conspiracies theories lead you to. You taking a fucking red pill just to end up inside of a fucking red pill. To wake up inside another goddamn red. You're gonna keep getting encapsulated by so many theories, which some may have come out to be indirectly true. What I mean by that, what's your direct experience? If you stick to your direct experience, won't none of that shit mean shit to you. Your direct experience is going to reveal who you are. That's why I say conspiracy theories ultimately have jack shit to do with spirituality. You're not going to find out who you are from fucking conspiracy theory that's telling you from Atlantis and Lemuria. Yes, I know my OGs talked about it. They had to, because that's what stage people were in. And that also may have been the stage of the OGs during that time. But as you get further down the line, as you see that one start to advance, it's less about that shit. And motherfuckers telling you have to get rid of any aspect of thinking that you are even this person, these thoughts, and this mind. You have to get rid of thinking that you know. Who said that? Somebody put that in the chat. Who said that? Who said that? So all I'm saying, Rose Flame, you know we get into it. You know we're getting into it tonight. Come on, Zero. Come on, Zero. Coop TGS says, well, let's solve Zero. Zero says, being out of the matrix is really is really a scare for the 100%. Is really scary for the 100% of the ego, because it can't exist there. So what the ego gonna do is gonna continue. That's why I keep telling you, the ego and the intellect is gonna continue to give you more patterns to shift through, a swift through, a sift through. It's gonna continue to do that. And what is that? That is the illusion. And that's what we're getting into tonight. We still just warming up. It's crazy. We actually don't know anything Kuti just says. We put names on reality and pretend we understand reality. It's all just language, not direct experience. Not direct experience. It's not direct experience. You got to understand you are playing the game of the Matrix. No matter what you do. Neo got out of the Matrix just to find out he was in another Matrix. And maybe the first Matrix he was in was even better. Just to find out he was, man, we finna get into it. Let me slow my roll. He said, how does one get rid of the attachment to the mind/body when we are in a human existence until we die? Yeah, okay. I'm glad you put die in quotations. Because to be quite honest, that's not your direct experience. Nobody has nobody's here to sit here and tell you the direct experience of death. Death is hearsay. Who is that one who is dying? Who dies? Who is that one who dies? If you right now understand that you are the one ultimately observing the body, which we go through. See, I know you see another video, so we're going to go through that today, bro. Stay here, bro. Stay here, bro. Don't lose it. If you lose it, just come back and watch the replay. Ultimately, that question will be answered. Ultimately, it will be. Because that's really the part of all of this right here. You have to know with your conviction that you are not this human body in this mind. You actually know it, but it's just so subtle you're ignoring it. We ignore it every day. That's the way that the illusion works. That's why I say ultimate delusion is not bad, but it is. This is the paradoxical way to understand it when you speak, because right now we're still speaking in duality. When the ultimate reality is non-duality. Matter of fact, the ultimate reality, you can't explain it. There's no words to use for it, because words are only useful in duality, which means ultimately all words are false. And they all have to come back to their silence. No matter how many words you say, you're going to have to end up having a silent moment. Silence is the ultimate truth. We'll get to that today. So let us bring up the first part of we're going to tap into, and I want y'all to see, look from a holistic standpoint of view. I shouldn't have to tell y'all that, but look from this standpoint of view and tell me what you see, what you hear. If it's, let's just do it, man. Let's start off right here. Because we have a whole bunch of people assuming that if the world is actually being ran by a group of people. My conclusion is different than what I thought 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 12 years ago, 13 years ago when I first got into this shit. You couldn't tell me the motherfuckers that worked with the Kabbalah wasn't evil. When I first learned about the Kabbalah, I thought it was the most evil shit. Look at a nigga now. That's why I say beliefs change. The more you discern through this reality, the more the falsity of this shit you see. Everything you receive is secondhand knowledge, but your direct experience is not. And we all have something in common there: waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. It's your direct experience. But we do not discern through this. We don't discern through that. But we like to discern through fucking Epstein fucking files. So, you know what? I can even bring this up. Where is it at? Damn, let me get the book, y'all. Hold up. Thought I had it. He said, sorry, my notes. Can you repeat the question? I can't listen because I put my headphones. Absolute life is inherent. I mean, it's literally just a process we put in the meaning by our past experiences. Facts. By our past experiences and memory and language and thoughts, we give life the meaning. It has no inherent meaning other than what you give it. That's what the intellect does. That's what the mind does. That's how this shit works. You got to accept the fact that that's really how this shit works. Then what the fuck are you doing? And that gets scary. That gets scary for somebody because ultimately people like to be told what to do. Ultimately, people like to believe that other people are in control because that gives them a scapegoat to point the finger at. And that's what we're going to get into tonight. You know, something said go over this book. Dandelion Jones. Mind Control 101. How to influence people, the thoughts and the actions of others without them knowing or caring. There's a reason I bring this up. Why would I bring up mind control? Because we're dealing with, hold up. No, come here. I'm on a computer. Where's mom? You want? She want mama something. All right, we're back, y'all. Got the fireball running around here. Got to make sure she good. So, mind control 101. Mind control fucking 101. Hey, would it just make the most fucking sense that motherfuckers would use this to their benefit? Right? We're releasing fucking Jeffrey Epstein documents. Why? I always told you, like, why the fuck would they release this shit? And matter of fact, when they release it, what's the point? Nobody's gonna do a goddamn thing, bro. Nobody's gonna do a goddamn thing. Motherfuckers been begging for it for 6 years since motherfuckers heard about it. Then I'm asking people about Jeffrey Epstein. Some people who I know are real researchers probably have heard of him. But for the majority of us, nobody ever heard of this guy, bro. And before 2020, nobody heard about him. Fuck that. Nobody heard about him. Before 2019, let's say that. For 2019, once he first went to jail on that level, right? Nobody heard about this guy. Nobody knew nothing about them. So think about that. In this controlled environment, they're giving you everything that you want to hear. Well, no, let's not put it like that. They inform you about the person, and then they inform you about what the person has done that goes along with all the conspiracy that we've already believed, right? And I'm not saying that these things didn't happen. That's not what I'm telling you. Listen to the control narrative here. This is how mind control works. This is how mind control works. They take existing information and existing situations, Because we need to be able to control a group hive mind, a beehive mind. We need to be able to move a beehive mind. We tell you about this person on national news. We tell you about what they've done, atrocious things, and just to feed your curiosity, these conspiracies have been going around for a while, or these allegations have been talked about for a while for the so-called super high up elite people. And it's always been in their benefit to keep it like that. Let that shit keep floating around like that. That makes them seem more mystical. That makes them seem way too high for you lowly, earthly, regular, normal 9-to-5 working people to be able to get next to. Think about that. Anybody ever read the book The Art of Seduction? About keeping a mysterious look to yourself? A mysterious profile? I forgot what profile that they called that. So it's actually beneficial. So it's actually beneficial to let that information circuit around and not really do nothing about it. It's beneficial to their mystique. So they released the information about this man, which nobody ever heard about. And then they tell you they're not going to tell you anything about it because it's an ongoing investigation for however many years ago. And then it comes out that he fucking mysteriously kills himself. And the other Maxine girl mysteriously kills herself. I'm hopping forward in timelines nonetheless. But then they tell you, you know, that your world leader, Agent Orange, tells you, stop talking about this guy. What guy? This guy? What are you talking about? This guy? He's literally using the mind control techniques in this book. You downplay all of that shit because he has a cult, not occult, but a cult-like following. I'm talking about Donald Trump here. He has a cult-like following. So if he had something to do with that, he already got mind control over Debo. All he got to do is downplay. Then a couple people out the group would get a little rowdy and say, oh, you protected them, you one of them, and you know what I'm saying, lose faith with the whole MAGA situation, whatever. But we're still talking about, check this out, they tell you how many documents on file they have of him. They can be giving you anything. You don't fucking know that this is really fucking Jeffrey Epstein shit. Have you paid attention to AI today? Based off of all the information you've put in about yourself, you can ask fucking AI to summarize shit for you. Write an email for me like this. Am I right or wrong? Somebody talk to me in the chat. How many years have they been telling they were going to release it? And then what's the name said it was a hoax. I'm not sure what angle he was saying it was a hoax from, right? We're getting somewhere with this. But you can have a fucking whole AI create all of this shit. And then they release, was it 6 million or 3 million? I think they have 6 million documents, videos, texts, pictures, and emails on this nigga. But for some reason, they're only going to release 3,000 of them. And the 3,000 that you're going to get is going to have redactions in there. Yeah. And niggas ate it up. Everybody ate it up. Like, look, I told you. Look, I told you. Man, we've been saying this shit. They've been eating kids and doing this to kids and this and this and this and that and this and this and that. Perfect mind control. Perfect mind control. Perfect mind control. Gotcha, bitch. Got you right where I want you. I got you right where I want you. Feed you some shit that you were already considering, and you know what I'm saying, that you were already believing in all anyway. That's the main way you finesse a motherfucker. They are already thinking you finessing them anyway. So let them catch you finessing them so they can actually miss your real intent. So they can actually miss your real hidden agenda. What's the greatest fucking conspiracy here? Nobody's actually asking the fucking question. You think the greatest conspiracy or the greatest mystery here? Because what we got to think about conspiracy. What does conspiracy mean, right? Then we look that shit up. Like, to conspire, a group of people conspiring to do something probably less agreeable on a cultural or a group level, or maybe in the lawful setting, doing something unlawfully, conspiring to do things so-called sinister amongst another group of people or against the law itself. Why would they do that? What's the real greater mystery here? If you niggas already know about flat earth, so we believe, or you niggas know about beyond the wall, so you believe, or you niggas know about inner earth, so you believe, or you know about all 45,000 dimensions, so you believe, what fucking secret is there? You already know about they've been eating people and doing this and kidnapping this and knowing this and that and doing this and that. Right? Because you sit right there in that dark room with them while they've started to eat people. By no way am I saying that it did not happen. That's not your direct experience. That's not your 100% truth. Like, could you put your right hand on the Bible and lie and tell the truth under perjury that you seen that shit, nigga? All of this shit that we think we know and we so convinced and have a strong conviction that we know, we really don't fucking know to that extent. With no questions asked. Right now, your eyes deceive you. Right now, your fucking eyes deceive you. But you harpering on finding somebody to point the finger at and say they're less than. Let's get to this, man. Let's get to this. This is not my mind. I didn't come up with this shit. I think it's right here in our goddamn face. So they got different mind control models. Different mind control models. What I just spoke to you about, they gave out the information, told you you didn't know about the information, gave you the information, and then limited the information and told you there's actually more information, but we're not going to give you all that information. Is anybody catching this shit? Are you not seeing a psyop being poured on your ass? But when you see the information released, you hopping on the information talking about, I told you so, I told you so, I told you so. The environmental control model. The environmental control model. You got to know that it's way easy to manipulate and mind control the masses than it is to do an individual. The environmental control model can be a lot of fun and a lot of work. It requires that the controller take into account everything that the subject will experience. So they will naturally conclude exactly, listen, so they will naturally conclude exactly what the controller wants. And as a result, fulfill the controller's objective without considering any other possibility or a fucking option. Niggas didn't even consider any fucking option of this shit being falsified and fabricated. You know the government lies to you. For some reason, we all know the government lies to us. They deceive us, and the elite really controls the government. But some reason you niggas still go fucking vote. You niggas still hoping for change. And you hoping and you believing when they release 3 million fucking files about a motherfucking pedophile, that some reason it's 100% true. And look, I told you so. What fucking stupid can we be? Let's just keep this shit real. I gotta be raw with this shit. And that again does not say none of those things didn't happen. But you are receiving it from the master controller. So whatever the fuck he gives you, he wants you to have. I think that's fucking obvious. But we skip over that. We skip over that, bro. We skip over that shit. It says it requires the controller to take into account everything that the subject will experience. It already knows how you think, how you act, how you sleep, how you shit, how you eat. All you need is the algorithm for that. They got all these predictive models. We're going to get into shit like prediction today. Jeffrey Epstein spoke on that. And it's a lot of shit that he's saying that I've been saying. That not just me like, oh, whatever. It's a lot of shit that's so fucking obvious that we miss. Everybody wants to believe in a hidden secret society that literally controls every tick that happens on this planet. We want to believe that so we can point the finger at somebody. We want to believe somebody's in control over us. Sky Daddy. Let's get to it. It requires that the controller take into account everything that the subject will experience. It knows how you're going to emotionally react. It knows you're going to post it on social media. It knows you're going to do it for clickbait and say, look how evil Jeffrey Epstein and all the other guys are. He knows that. It knows that. They know that. Whatever the fuck, man. I'm playing around with this shit right now. Like, because this not even, man, all right. My thing is about to discern through the way that we receive information. My thing is not to tell you what to think. My thing is to discern to how even thoughts come into existence. How do we think? Not what way to think. How does thinking even take place? How the fuck does thinking even take place? We went through that over here with mental impressions, repetition, symbols. It places that into the mind, and the mind and the intellect starts to formulate and put shit where shit probably really ain't at. Start connecting dots where dots really don't fucking exist. We're going to get to it. Exactly what the controller wants. So you're going to think you naturally come to the conclusion to put all this shit together, but that's exactly what the controller wants you to do. As a result, fulfill the controller's objective. The controller has had his objective fulfilled without considering any other possibility or option. You don't even think about any other option. You have concluded and thought in the exact manner they want you to think. Haven't we read about John D. Rockefeller and them creating the educational system? They want you to think like workers for them. So you're naturally ingrained, mentally impressed upon to think in a certain manner. You're already impressed to think in a certain manner, which is where we can see a slight difference in so-called rich people and poor people, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Certain groups talk differently, to think and process information differently. We're going to get into that. We're going to let Epstein talk about that too, because I'm bringing it up because it's dead the fuck serious, and it's dead the fuck in your face. You ignoring it. Maybe you already know this shit, but you're ignoring it because it comes from a man you may not agree with. I don't even agree with, but I cannot ignore motherfucking truth. I may not agree with the way the motherfucker live his life, but ultimately, can I judge him? I can't. That's what's hard for you niggas. You can't help but judge. You can't help but judge. And that, my friend, is exactly why we can't get nowhere spiritually. You got to sit with that. OG said, Brother Panic said, I remember he said, our job is not to sit here and judge. Our job is to observe and find the divinity even in the most ignorant shit. You should be able to see divinity everywhere you go, even in the most ignorant shit. If you're not, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. You just want your ego boosted with spirituality. It truly requires seeing a bigger picture of what is happening. Think of how magicians control the environment. They're controlling the environment. They control the environment. They control, supposedly the secret people of they, control the environment by controlling what information you get. I thought we knew that. I thought that was fucking conspiracy theory 101. Kindergarten level. Think of how magicians control the environment to have you believe the effect. A good magician won't tell you this is an ordinary. A good magician won't tell you this is an ordinary deck of playing cards. End of quotation. Instead, he will fan out the deck of playing cards and even have you handle them. So he will go onto live news channels and the Jeffrey Epstein files. We have over 1 million files. So this is him spreading out the deck. We have the Jeffrey Epstein files and this and this and that. He's done this and he's done that. He has the secret island where all of this happens down and all the people go there on this island and do this and do that. So now he's spreading the deck of cards, right? He will fan the deck of cards out and hand them to you. So now he'll have you handle the deck of cards, so that you will conclude on your own what he wants you to believe. You think you smart. You think you done came to this conclusion. He didn't give you basic shit, basic math. 2 + 2 = 4. And you're like, yeah, see, I'm smart. Yeah. I knew it. You have to see through this shit, fam. You got to see through this. All while the deck could be marked and rigged or be a prop of one sort or another. He gives you the deck. He gives you the files so you can conclude what they want you to conclude. It's fucking easy to manipulate the fucking masses. This is why we talk about the shit we talk about here on this channel. And we don't go through all those conspiracy theories, bro. It's rage fucking bait. It always has been. Because none of that helps you realize who the fuck you are. None of it helps you realize who the fuck you are. None of it. You think you're getting more spiritual by discerning through a whole bunch of theories or conspiracies, whether you believe they've come true and age well and whatever the fuck. You think you're getting more deep into shit. Oh, look, they just did some decoding on Bad Bunny. Lady Gaga had her hands go down inside his head like that, and it looked like some Baphomet horns. Boy, they roasted her ass on Threads too for that. You have no choice but to continue to see all of these patterns, even when there are no patterns. We're going to get into some shit today. And you think you're going to be really decoding some shit. But all you're going to be doing is decoding shit and saying, there's a Satanist. They're the evil child eaters, molesters. They're this and they're this and they're that. If your mind is filled up with a whole bunch of they, You will never know who the fuck I am. When this has always been about know thyself. I told you the beginning of the spiritual journey is to know thyself, and the end of it will be to know thyself. That's the beginning and the end of this shit. Everything in between is play. So-called. Everything is play. So it says, to use the environmental model, listen, to use the environmental model, control model, here's some little gems for you for those who may not read this book. To use the environmental model, mind control model, consider this phrase. No can resist what they can't detect. You can't resist something that you can't detect. So if I'm giving you exactly what you want, you ain't gonna be able to resist anything else. I'm giving you exactly what you want. So there is no resistance there. I'm giving you exactly what you want. You can't detect nothing else because you're so focused on what you want. Sounds real familiar, don't it? The environmental control model is also a favorite of con men. If you are in a hospital parking lot, right? Think about this, how the mind process deletes, generalizes, and distorts information, because we're getting into that today. This is just the beginning. We only been here now. I only want to do it for 2 hours. Look like it's going to be longer. Check this out, how the mind works. If you're in a hospital parking lot and you see a man in a white coat with a stethoscope, I can't never say that word, stethoscope, the shit to hear your heart pump, nigga, dangling out of his pocket, a name tag that says Samuel Wallace, MD, Urology, who asks for jumper cables to start his car, you naturally will assume what? He's a fucking doctor. More importantly, you don't assume he is not a doctor. You can't resist what you can't detect. You can't detect what you can't. What the fuck did it say? What's the word? No can resist what they cannot detect. You ain't even paying attention how your mind and already put all of this together. You're not sitting there like, wait, I'm in a parking lot of a hospital. Wait, he has a stethoscope on. Wait, he has a lab coat on. And wait, his badge says he's a doctor. He's a doctor. That instantly has been processed with your mind already by preconceived impressions. This is how we're walking through life without paying attention to this shit. So if I was a secret society motherfucker, I would want to know this information and use it very readily, very easily. Especially if I have a cult-like group of people and everybody on the internet is already saying that's what it is. Everybody at work is whispering about it. Even my boss said something about it. You niggas is ignoring this shit. But this is directly dead smack in your face. He says, to finish this off, the pinnacle of the environmental control model is the movie The Matrix. Check this out. For the people who live connected to the Matrix, everything was just as they thought it was, with the worries and desires of everyday life, fine and dandy. All while they were actually being protected from discovering that they were nothing more than AA batteries used to power a global machine. Think about that. To be freed from the fucking Matrix, why do you think what's the name wanted to go back and have the steak? I know this steak ain't real, but it tastes so good, and I know I'm not really tasting it. I don't give a fuck. I'd rather stay in the fucking Matrix. I'd rather stay in this shit. Because you're escaping the Matrix where you got so-called ladies in red dresses and jobs, and you can move up the corporate ladder and the financial ladder. All the while, that matrix, that cover up, is actually protecting them. Think about that. That's why you don't need to be so-called trying to wake people up. That's on their own accord. It's not your job. I know you feel like it is, but it's not your job. It's not my job to make people get non-duality and go on comment under their post and say, hey, watch my video, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. It's not how this shit works. Everybody who's here naturally found this page, either by reference or by algorithm. But nobody here who has commented or subscribed to this YouTube channel has done so by me. Watch my video, watch my video. Let me comment under your shit, watch my video. It's not how this shit works. To use the environmental mind control model effectively, you must first ask what you want your subject to do and want them to believe, and then create the environment that will naturally make them conclude what you want. You're in a controlled environment, so you're going to get the controlled environmental result. Is what I'm trying to say here. And they know, it's known for human beings, we can't help but point the finger at the next person and say why they're not fucking good enough and we're better. You can't help but do that. So you can't see outside of that. That's the problem. Let me read through some of these comments before we actually get into some more shit here. Oh, Trav, yo, peace, Trav, what's happening? Geechee Sean, what's happening? Yes, this very psyop. It is very psyop. Everything they put out almost like it's staged and scripted. Come on, brother. Trav says, mind control models, my favorite kind of models. Running these psyops experiments on us. Just sitting back and watching the division and the distraction. That's way more beneficial. That's way more beneficial if we want to say they're energy harvesters or energy vampires. That's it. They don't need to fucking suck your blood that way. All they need you to do is give you a bad guy to point the finger at. Even if it's so-called one of their own who's no longer a part of the Good Boys Club. Fuck it, give them up. Niggas ain't bigger than the program. Give them up. And your ass, eat it right up. And your ass, eat it right up. Let's see here. The archons keep pulling the same trap on us. Now, I don't know exactly what you call the archons. I don't know exactly what you call the archons, but what I've come to understand by studying the archons is nothing but the mind. It's nothing but the mind, and we're getting into that today by way of the 5 elements. By way of the 5 elements in the 3 gunas, it is the mind. It is the mind. That's what I'm here to tell you today. Now, we played around in that little round right there to give you a little introduction on what we're getting into here today. You receive your information through a controlled environment. And I mean all of it. What I've noticed about all of this is the main outcome of it is so far, the outcome of it so far is getting people to fight each other even more. There we go. Because if you focus on the outside, you would never be able to focus on the inside. What if that's the greatest fucking conspiracy, y'all? What if the greatest conspiracy where people are getting together and conspiring against you, you think the greatest conspiracy is these secret meetings and these secret lodges and these secret rituals and these secret... What if the greatest secret is that there actually is no fucking secret, but it's just to get you to not focus on yourself, to figure out who you are? What if that's the greatest secret? So it wouldn't matter if part of our faction got exposed. Okay, give it to them. We'd rather give them that then have them to figure out exactly who they are. And I don't know, and I don't mean your ancestral fucking history. And I don't mean your cosmological fucking history. I don't mean that. What if the greatest conspiracy theory is conspiracy theories? They're conspiring against you by giving you conspiracies to theorize about. Nigga. Yeah. Because as long as you're focusing on some far away Atlantis, whatever dimension, as long as you're focusing on that, as long as you're focusing on we was kings, as long as you're focusing on we were the gods, as long as you're focusing on we deserve the rights, as long as you're focusing on fucking Epstein, as long as you're focusing on whatever, you will never be able to focus on who am I? That I amness. If you're focusing on all that, you'll never be able to notice this subtle aspect, not even an aspect, this subtle truth, the most subtle of the most subtlest, that you are nothing. You're just observing. This mind, these thoughts, these people, they just appear before you. Your life just appears before you. You'll never be able to focus on that. You'll never be able to see that. You always think there's some evil deities or gods or alien reptilians doing something. You'll believe anything besides what's your direct fucking experience that you experience every day. That you are not this body, you are not this mind, and you're not these thoughts. You are the observer of all of it. We run through that on this channel. We talk about that. Let's see. This man knows it's crazy how people complain but still entertain. Facts. Yeah, you don't need to invent a scary shadow government to be angry. And you can just do that with the actual government. Facts. Facts. You can do that with the actual government. No need for a shadowy, scary government or cabal. Oh, not the Freemasons, the exact group that would benefit most people of these joints. Whoever they are, know exactly when they feed us the cheese, who's going to jump in the trap. People falling for every side up all the time. People need to be saved by God. They just project that onto a political candidate. Facts. Facts. Using esoteric against us, but it goes against them. Those who already have the eyes understand what's going on. Judge not, lest ye be judged. We can end it right there. Judge not, lest ye be judged. Nigga. More deep into preach. More deep into psychosis. None of this is new. Trav said, peace, brother. Love the headphone. Oh, yeah, I had to steal them from my girl, man. My woman. Let me correct that. I had to steal them from my... Why ain't even steal them? She happily let me use them. Because mine... I mean, they straight, but, you know, nigga done broke them. So that shit come up off of there. So my beloved lover let me use her headphones. So thank you, baby. Thank you, baby. Thank you very much. People need to be saved by God. Snap, Martha. Come on now. That's why the occult is considered evil. It questions reality and eventually leads to the self. Facts. Focus on yourself and what you truly are. Facts. S-O motherfucking P. That's it. Joe says the eternal observer. That's it, bro. That's it. That's hard to accept, though. It's like, damn, but what about this and what about that? What about them doing this and what about them doing this and what about them doing that? So he's saying all this and that, all this and that. Who is the knower of that? Because we have understood one thing. That which is known cannot be the knower. I know this. This does not know me. So the knowing, the thing that is known and the knower have to be separate. I know my thoughts, so I cannot be my thoughts. I know my mind, so I cannot be my mind. I know my body, barely, but so I cannot be my body. So who the fuck is this I that's taking ownership of this mind, body, and thoughts? Who is that? But we skip over that though. Yeah, let's skip over that. Let's talk about these goddamn pedophiles and these alien reptilians eating people. Skip over that. Trash said they're the best ones on the market. Now these motherfuckers are A1. So, baby, if you're listening, if you're watching, they say that he's the best on the market. So either we're gonna have to get you some more, or I'm gonna have to get me some more. So I even took upon liberty for myself to download the video. Now we're download the interview of this guy Jeffrey Epstein, and to me it quite surprised me because, like I said, I never knew anything about the nigga. Did you know that this nigga is actually a mathematical genius? Is he not a genius because he did what they say he did? Does that mean he can't know anything? Or, you know what I'm saying, he can't tell you any form of truth. Let's say that at least. Because he doesn't live the Christian way, the righteous way, which we should fucking know. Like and unlike are the fucking same. Why don't we know these basic starter off spirituality things 101? Like and unlike are the same, which means good and evil are the same. I feel like a fucking parrot having to repeat this. I believe all you here know this, but nonetheless, a lot of people don't. Like and unlike are the same. Through proper discernment, you will see that. It doesn't take much to see that. One person can say it's hot, another person can say it's cold, and they're both in the same goddamn room. One person can say this is a great movie, the other person can say this is a terrible movie. One person can say the grass is green, another person can say the grass is blue. It's all about the person perceiving it, the mind perceiving it. Let's say that. And here's the trick with that. You're already in a controlled environment with your mind. Your mind can't go beyond the limitations of the 5 elements and the 3 gunas. There's nothing you're going to be able, there's nothing, the highest aspect of the human is the intellect. There's nothing the intellect is going to be able to see outside of the limitations of the 5 subtle elements and the fucking 3 gunas. Controlled environment. The environment's already controlled. If we know one thing, we know the mind already comes in preconditioned. The effect with this cause is already prepackaged. If the mind is projecting what's outside and receiving it back through the 5 senses inside of the mind and creating this world that it sees, that's the greatest fucking conspiracy there. Your mind is conspiring against you, nigga. You are the great magician. You think it's Donald Trump? You think it's fucking Jeffrey Epstein? You think that's the deepest mystery to be figuring out, nigga? You think that's it? You think that's deep? What the fuck is going on, bro? Don't get me wrong, I get it. But sometimes this shit needs to be addressed like that. That's how Penny talked to me. That's how Bobby talked. Because sometimes you need to be addressed like that to see your fucking foolishness. Let me open up a goddamn door in here. It's getting hot. Goddamn it, the water boiling. Chris Dixon says, I've been pondering on how we get to the point on this path. Where a lot of information we gained in the past that we thought was deep, such as GMO foods, chemtrails, and etc., don't even matter no more, bro. I be forgetting about a lot of that shit. Bro. That shit don't even matter no more. Shit's not even affecting you the way what you thought that shit was. It affects you because you have hyper focus on that bullshit. So that becomes your reality. Oh shit, I gotta skip over y'all. Sunshine chick. What's happening? Family? My woman just asked. She told me to find you and inbox you and ask how you been doing. She was like, dang, have you heard from Sunshine Chick in a minute? I'm like, nah, I ain't. Gotta check on Sunshine Chick, and she pops up. God damn it, we getting into it today. The family is here. What's happening, Sunshine Chick? Hope all is well on your end. Really ain't no hope, because I know. God damn it, I know you're good. Zero says, pure consciousness is the only true and the most important thing to entertain. Try knowing what we don't are, and what the truth is. Right. Travis says, back to the Kabbalion, right? Back to fucking step one, buddy, bro. Back to fucking step one. Go back to that, bro. The first one, like, to get to this understanding, you have to get to that middle point, which in this reference would be a sattvic aspect, the middle point. So you're not getting caught up on the pendulum swing of the three gunas or the two gunas, Rogers and Thomas. That's the trick to this shit. You stay in that middle point and watch the shit swing. That's the highest you're going to get in the fucking illusion. And we're going to talk about the same. We ran through this in a dark veil lifted. None of their sciences can do shit. They can only tell you about the illusion. And even then, they're not accurate. He's going to say it. And guess what? I said the same shit in a dark veil lifted video. So don't deny it when you hear old freaky Epstein say something about it. Mr. Island Boy say something about it. It's the same truth. And sometimes it takes for a lot of people to hear them say it for them to accept it. This been the case. They sciences ain't doing shit, gang. They give you the illusion that we're evolving. Mm-hmm. Bobby been told you that. We noticed the last fucking 12 iPhones been the fucking same. Man. But okay. The law of polarity. That was it right there. The law of fucking polarity, man. Hot and cold are the same. Like and unlike are the same. Good and evil are the fucking same. You read that, you hear that, and motherfuckers drop some knowledge on that shit like, yeah, brother, law of polarity, brother, this and this and this and that. And then turn right around and say that person's evil. You have not internalized this information, bro. That's the thing about this spirituality shit. We learn the 7 Hermetic principles and all of this and whatever other principles, and we don't internalize it. We haven't really let it set in. That's the epitome of having an intellectual understanding of spirituality. You intellectually get it, but you don't really understand it till it's become you. It hasn't become you. You just become a repeater of information. And I'm not saying there's nothing talking about the information and saying about the information, but if it has not concluded into your ingrained into your whole reality about how you decipher this world, by how you discern through this illusion, what the fuck are you doing? It's cool to be on here in the chat. It's cool to be on here on YouTube watching videos and enjoying this shit. But if you're not internalizing this shit, what the fuck? And I'm not saying be some super high up. I'm saying continuously and repetitively and repetitiously, I mean, ingrain this into your reality. That's what this shit is for. That means you being lukewarm. Sunshine chicken, a motherfucking building. You are the master that makes the grass green. Okay, that's to that point I made earlier. Love how the knowledge is always there and you can always come back to it. My Gnosis and Travis Majors, thank you. And everyone here, divinity bless you always because of you, I find this and save my path. Say that. Remember, it's always been you, Zero. We just pop up in your dream as something separate from you. But ultimately, nigga, we ain't nothing but you. And that's the tripped out part about it. There is the predator, the prey, and then there's the elephant. The animals that none of them can fuck with. Facts. 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 Be the elephant, my nigga. Whatever Epstein's saying, or whatever Donald Trump doing, or whatever Russia got going on, or whatever the Illuminati doing has no effect on you. This shit for me, this is a wonderful opportunity to discern through the way the mind works, the way we process, generalize, distort, and delete information. We do that based upon our ego. While a lot of people still running around thinking that ego has something to do with you being super egotistical and prideful, which that is a part of it as well. But nobody's catching on to just the ego is what sets individualization. It just divides things. Says that is this and this is that. And then you come to develop that this is better than that. Yeah, that's it. That's what it's doing. This is higher and this is lower. I'm on a higher spiritual level than you, and you on a lower one. Speaking in the aspect of that egotistical way that I'm better. Because there is a difference, right? We can, in the realm of duality, we can say that there's a difference. We can say that somebody's still walking a path up. But that's only true for the mind observant, the mind that's observing the path that's being taken. But the ultimate truth is there is no path, and you're not taking and walking one. What you are is what you're already going to figure out that you are, that you have always been. You're not going to get to the end of your spiritual journey and become something new. You are already that. That's part of the play, though, to seem like you becoming something new. Neo in the Matrix, by the time you seen the Matrix, it was already said and done that Neo will be in the Matrix, will meet Morpheus and Trinity, fall in love with Trinity, fight the machines, fight Agent Smith, and exit out of it. That was always that case. This is what we mean by there's no journey. Neo is going to always be what Neo was. There's nothing Neo can do to stop it. It just needed to, it seemed by way it needed to seem that he was going through stages of evolution. But you getting caught up in the movie, of course you're going to believe that you have to go through these stages. That's the ultimate truth. And it's not beneficial to tell people that. It actually may do more damage for those that's not ready to accept that. But maybe that's the times that we in. Because we can talk on that level too. I'm not at that point where I'm sick of it. I can still talk on that level too about levels. But ultimately, I realized there are no fucking levels spiritually. Yes, your mind needs to go through a refining process. Technically, that's what the spiritual journey is. Your mind going through a refining process. You're refining the mind, cleaning off the schmuck and uck and yuck. So, with that being said, let's see. Who's here to preach? That's P. That's P. My yacht mystic, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Peace to my yacht mystic. I'm glad you can kiss the live too. Glad you can kiss the live. So now we finna tap into some of this Jeffrey Epstein video that I pulled up that I already got. I even downloaded the shit like I told y'all. Don't reject the truth. Don't reject the truth because it don't fit your narrative of how you want truth to be put out. I had to understand that. I got that scolding from Bobby Hemmett, obviously via YouTube, but nonetheless, this is what happens in the new age. You get a guru over YouTube. That's just the way it be. You get a guru through books. That's how it happens nowadays. It's not the only way that it can happen, but that's another way that it can happen. Bobby told us motherfuckers will be giving you truth and you'll reject it. For one, because of their skin tone. Because you come up in an Afrocentric community of spirituality. For two, you might reject it because of their so-called character. How many watch Walking Dead? You know, what's her name? Hated Negan, right? But Negan became a great part, an asset. Negan did some very atrocious things. But that doesn't mean Negan wasn't beneficial. By no way am I saying this nigga's here beneficial. We're just using this. We're using him as a talking piece, as a center talking piece. For those that may not be able to take that, we're using him as a talking piece of these truths that we've already talked about. And it's already been exposed, whatever the fuck word we want to use. So, let's hop into it. We're already an hour and a half in. Let's get to it. We did a lot of ranting at the beginning. Let's see. Let's get to, I think this part right here is a great part to get into. Popping off. But since we always think that, let them talk. Let me know if y'all can hear it. Matter of fact, I'm going to put it back a couple seconds. Let me know if y'all can hear this.
Not really well understood. But again, it was only numbers. So numbers, and I'll get to the fact that it was bad thinking. It's numbers are very good.
Most people that you meet, even on Federal Commission, when you meet most.
Can y'all hear that? Please let me know if that's actually coming through. I need y'all in the chat to let me know if that's coming through. Is the video audio coming through clear? Somebody in the chat, come on now. Video audio coming through clear, yes or no? Not my audio, but the actual video we're listening to. I can't go forward until somebody let me know. Because we're gonna address these conspiracies tonight. To me, it's child's play. And sometimes I play with kids, you know. Got my little fireball in there. Me and her like to play and dance and shit. Oh, you motherfuckers, where y'all at? Is my chat froze or something? Okay, hold up, man. Clear. Yes, it is. Cool. Damn, all that shit came in. Okay. Okay. Yes, it is. Okay. So we know the first level of I don't know how everybody else came into this, but the first level of conspiracy that we heard were always about they controlling the money. They controlling the money, and by controlling the money, they control the world. These politicians, this and this and that, they really in bed with this and they really in this with that. Me and my nigga T had a deep talk about this because I didn't know, like I told you, I didn't know too much more than what your average person walking around. A lot of people be capping like they been knowing about Epstein. No, the fuck you didn't. Prior to 2019, that's when I heard of him. 2019, late 2019. Nobody ever heard of this nigga. I understand that there may be deep researchers who into this type of shit and been heard of this nigga. I just thought he was a freaky man with an island and connection to everybody else. I didn't know how he made his money, why he made his money, and how he got close to all the famous politicians around the world and famous movie stars, rappers, and actors. I did not know none of that. Didn't know none of that. But I found out this nigga's some sort of fucking mathematical genius, and they needed him around. Which makes me think also, here's another conspiracy, the nigga may not be dead. He sounds still useful to them. But check this out.
Illiterate. Economically illiterate.
Most political leaders don't come out of a background of finance. Most political leaders come out of a background of being popular. So in some of the countries, in some of the African countries, for example, they might have been a military person. They were a general. In some of the African countries, they might have been a disc jockey. Or in our country, they would have been an actor. The knowledge of money they don't have an expertise. They have no degrees in finance. They really, and this is one of the major problems. Their expertise, if they have any financial knowledge, is of their own checking account or bank account and filling in their own taxes. So many world leaders who don't really have a financial underpinning make fundamental errors when it comes to money on a country or institutional level. Let me give you an example. If you, Mr. Bannon, if I said your assets increased last year, you'd say, that sounds pretty good. And I said, what does that mean to you? You'd say, well, I have more money, I guess. I'm wealthier. I'd say, yes. And if your debt increased, would you feel wealthier or poorer? You'd say, well, I don't want to have increased debt. I don't like the idea of that sounds increased debt. Now, that and world leaders understand when their assets go up, they feel better. However, institutions like banks, things that people don't really understand are financial underpinnings of banks. When I say your bank, Mr. and you have the Bannon Bank, you doubled your assets. Sounds good, but what does it really mean? It means people owe you more money.
So let's start right there, right? So when I entered this so-called spiritual journey, my first thing was understanding about the straw man. That's how I understood that I'm not this name. At least I'm not this name on paper written in all caps. That's actually a corporation. And understanding that on the back of the social security card and this and that, and they actually trading your name on the stock market and all of this. I remember bringing this information to people like my mama. She was so fucking scared that these people will fucking find me. No, son, no. That can't be real. That ain't. That's the first level. That's the first level. And understanding how the financial system actually works, which it works on a fractional reserve, right? You give me 10, I can lend out 9. I can lend out more than I actually have. Like he said, that sounds good because why? We just talked about your mind being conditioned and controlled and educated in a controlled environment. So there's sectors or so-called levels of education. The so-called levels. And once you are able to discern through certain levels of this shit, you get to a higher level of understanding. Come to find out, he was one of those motherfuckers that seemed to understand it more than his colleagues on some scientific level type shit. So that first level, that's one level of getting through these, because we're walking through little conspiracy theories. He kind of touched on basis of all this shit. Of that they really have a secret hidden bank account that's with your social security and this and this and that. He probably don't go that far. But the fact of the matter here is he's talking about how these world leaders have no financial education. And not just, he said a little bit, they file their taxes and write the checkbooks and balance their checkbooks. That's it. And do some little petty corrupt shit. He's getting somewhere with this. I'm going to let it build up to this. Let me read the comments. Child. Oh, you motherfuckers, where y'all at? He said, my yacht mystic said, but I looked at some of the files and he emailed his people talking about how can I not look like a pedo? What video can I create to change their mind or make me look good in a better light? Hold up. I think you missed the beginning of the video. My yacht missed it. We tapped into that. Hold up. So this is how we deal with a controlled environment away. See, that's a tactic, and I'm not saying that that's not true. That tactic that you just talked about, that's not true. I can't say for 100% fact that that's not true. Neither can we say for 100% fact that those are his emails. Because we're getting them, because you missed the beginning of my yacht. We went through it real deep. That's really like the first hour and a half, the first hour and 20 minutes of the video. Because you're getting the emails from the very source of people who we already know are corrupt and we so-called know that they're corrupt and hide information from us. But then they give us the information that we've been asking for 5 years, and then they redact information. So we have to look at it from that standpoint as well. Remember, we got AI so powerful right now. With all the information that we put into AI, we can say, hey, AI, summarize an email that you think I would send to somebody about this. AI, whip that shit right up. Because it ain't got used to how you talk, how you think, how you walk, and how you move. But we suspend that. We suspend that when we already see somebody that we've been told is a nasty, devious monster. And I'm not saying that he's not. I'm talking about how the mind thinks and processes information. I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you how the mind thinks and how thinking even, or how the mind functions and how thinking even comes into play. That is the real discerning we should be doing. That's the real discerning that we should be doing. How does the mind receive information? How does the mind determine what's true and what's not? How does it do that? It deletes, generalizes, and distorts information. We're going to get even deeper in that today. So by way of him saying some shit that I found to be true, speaking about this money and how this financial system is actually ran, and understanding like these motherfuckers who you think may be running shit actually don't know what the fuck is going on. Certain low-level politicians, even some presidents of some countries. They may not be knowledgeable about this financial system that seems to be running all of this shit. That's what I want to talk to you about. Right? So let's get to this next part. Let's get to this next part. Started right here. Check this out.
And your body are both comprised of little systems interacting with each other and making one big system.
Hold up, because we finna get into some shit right here. He talking on the low level. Oh, but boy, it ain't low level once we get into it. This is some of the same shit I've been saying here. Let's get it right here. 20. Okay. Let's see. Okay, Maya missed that. Okay, I'll go back. Trav says, we can't say 100% about any of this. We simply went there to witness it. That's enough for me to not be interested in the Epstein list trend. We ain't sat in no room and watched the Illuminati plan about how they're gonna do this. We ain't sat in no room and watched them motherfuckers eat people. We ain't did it. I don't know a nigga who have. Everything else, everything that's been given to us has been given to us from the same exact fucking source that we say we don't trust. That's mind control 101, where the magician can control the outcome and what you think you come to conclusion on. Naturally, you think you can come to this conclusion naturally. Like, see, I told you these motherfuckers evil. See, I told you they doing this. When the whole time they gave you this shit. Telling you, bro, it's a cold game. That's why it's more beneficial to see how the mind works than using your mind to see what someone else is doing. It gets you nowhere. It gets you nowhere but to a blame game, get emotionally riled up. You will never figure out who the fuck you really are. But no way, Pop. But my Gnosis, I know I'm God. You're not acting like it. You're not acting like a spirit that's having a human experience. You're acting like a human who has a little bit of a spiritual experience. That's what we act like around this motherfucker, though. Man, look at these guys here, man. My admit said I deleted my Instagram because it was really getting to me. Okay. Anything with children triggers me, but I always a student. And I can't sit here and lie to you. Shit going on in my face, goddamn. Blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, gone. But I can also respect the fact that if I blow a motherfucker off, damn, no did it. That didn't sound right. But if I take a nigga dome off, you know what I'm saying? I understand that that's based off of my preconceived notations of what I see to be right. I can't sit here and say 100% everything that I believe is right. Because you could probably go back, let's just say 15,000 years. Let's go back to the Mayan days. Well, we may sit there and slice you open and cut you open. So we've been told about them. Cut you open and sacrifice your child to a god. You travel back with your 2026 mindset and go back and watch them sacrifice a child to God. I bet you any one of us will feel like that's fucked up. That's wrong. We should stop it. Am I right or wrong? Am I right or wrong? But that's what happened during those times. So what's right and wrong changes with the environment. That's the truth to notice. That's the truth to notice. And I know it's hard. But that's what the ego creates, right? It creates an identification system. And anything that's outside of this identification system, it has to reject, it has to remote emotionally respond back to it. And I know a lot of people have been, a lot of people have went through things as kids. So it triggers something. But that's the healing process, to be able to observe those things that happened from a non-attached, personal, emotional standpoint. That does not mean that those things didn't happen. That does not mean those emotions are invalid. What that means is you are the controller of how you perceive things. And the way that you perceive things is how you walk through reality. That's what you're going to receive as a reality. When I was in the streets, I had no choice but to believe the Crips that I get into it with are some bitch ass niggas. I had no choice to believe, but that the blood homies that I got, and some of them turned out to be bitch ass niggas, was bitch ass niggas. And I got to watch my back around these niggas. I had no choice but to believe Officer Pat Dog was a low down dirty cracker who hated niggas and wanted to beat up niggas. Because I got my ass whooped by him and arrested and handcuffed and all that shit. Damn near stalked by him. I had no choice but to believe that the white man and the police is out to get me. They slave catchers. And I'm a nigga in the field. That was my reality. It had to be. And I had an emotional reaction to it. A lot of people may not be able to speak from that standpoint, just like a lot of people may not be able to speak from being molested as a child standpoint. It seems to be two different scenarios if we just look at it at the apparent level, but it's not. Those are actually two sides of the same coin. If we look at it holistically, both are having an emotional traumatic response to what they see and what they've been through. And now they walk through the world with that perception. Both of those are going through the same thing to a different degree, which we talked about. One of the first things we should be getting into when we get into spirituality is the 7 Hermetic principles. Like and unlike are the same. They seem to be different, but they are not. Let's get to this. We're finna get deep into this. Let's go. All right.
$100 billion bill. $100 billion bill in Zimbabwe is worth 1 American cent. That's the perfect example of hyperinflation. It goes up, it doubles every day. So people are afraid that their value in the system starts to break down. But so if I said to you, does your doctor understand your body system?
Listen to this.
You'd say, well, I hope so, because I want him to keep me healthy. But you could have a kidney infection, you could have a heart attack, you could have a broken knee. There's lots of pieces of this system. And in fact, when you ask the question, very few doctors understand your entire body. There's a specialist for your knee, there's a specialist for your polynoidal cyst, there's a specialist for your head, and now we have specialists in different areas. So I'm going to get to your first question about Santa Fe Institute. The world economy and your body are both comprised of little systems interacting with each other and making one big system.
So check this out. Check this out. Now, I know some people he could be diverging from the truth and trying to throw people off. He's so smart and he can throw people off with that. But that makes the most motherfucking sense. There's all of these complex systems. That's why I tell you, learn about these 5 elements and these 3 gunas. Within them, within Prakriti, within Bina, there's a whole bunch of complex systems being built. And one of these motherfuckers and some of these motherfuckers may become good at their particular system. You got one group of Buddhists who's good at being at Buddhist shit. One group of occult niggas who's good at that occult shit. One niggas who's top tier at that non-dual shit. You got one nigga who's top tier at that EFI shit. You got one nigga who's top tier with that Christian shit, that Islam shit, that Jewish shit. There's a whole bunch of intricate systems. We ain't gotta say that. We can say there's a nigga who's good at selling weed. We gotta say there's a nigga who's good at selling fent. We got a nigga who's good at selling crack. We got a nigga who's good at selling cocaine. We got a nigga who's good at real estate. Got a nigga who's good at opening up grocery stores and corner stores and the candle lady down the street. These are a whole bunch of intricate systems that nonetheless tie into each other. The weed man, the coke man, the fent man, the candy lady, the nigga who sell cars, the niggas who sell real estate, they are all intertwined though, but they are all different complex systems. And we got people who's good at them, then people who's terrible at them. But nonetheless, that particular system is its own system. And yes, you may have people who have mastered that system. But somehow, some way, these systems get intertwined. That does not mean that one person is controlling all the systems. Are you peeping what the fuck I'm putting down here? And I think that's just so fucking obvious. But we like to think that there's one group sitting up. There's one group sitting up controlling every fucking thing down to the point that is reptilians. And I'm not saying reptilians can't exist. Reptilian people can't exist. I can't say it. I can't say that. But there's a whole bunch of intricate systems here working at play. If you've been on this channel, you've heard it. Nature is the doer. What is nature? Nothing but patterns. The fucking 5 elements. But instead, we learning about fucking human beings, which are nothing but patterns, and fucking hidden secret societies, which are nothing but patterns, and focusing on the patterns. That means what Travis always said. You need to get the context. If you're going to focus on the content, you're going to drown. You're going to become emotionally distraught when you hear this type of shit because you're not noticing the patterns. You're seeing patterns, but you're going deeper into the patterns and not zooming out and seeing all of the patterns. You're focusing and you're hyper-focused on one fucking pattern, and that's not going to get you where you so-called want to get on a so-called spiritual journey. All you're going to do is get more fucking frustrated and ultimately figure out you can't do shit. All you can do something is this motherfucker. That's it. That's always been the game. But if they can twist and tie, right? Who the fuck ever. If they can twist and tie, have you focused on the outer reality, you will never get this reality. Let's go. Let's continue. Peace to my brother Caluminary. Peace, 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 peace. What's happening? What's happening? All right. Let's go. Continue to listen, y'all. Hold up.
You expect, this is what's stunning for all the little guys out there, the populist movement, the little guys that haven't had a pay raise in 30 years. They think that these elites, have everything. The guys in the room making the decisions, the party at Davos guys. You're sitting there, you don't think many people today really understand the complexity and really all the moving pieces and how they interconnect to the world's financial system.
No, not only don't they understand the complexity, and that goes back to Santa Fe Institute was an attempt of trying to see if there was a way to mathematize, formularize, or algorithmically understand what the term complexity means.
Do you hear that? Listen to what he just said. This is an example of the ego getting lost in itself. Mathematize, algorithmatize, and whatever the fuck is ization he said. And guess what his answer is going to be? Can you guess? The same shit that people do in spirituality. That's why I say you take too much intellect to spirituality. You needed to be able to make sense of some shit, but you try to take it all the way to the top when we talking about this cosmic be, when we talking about this consciousness, when we talking about pure awareness, when we talking about the soul, which he's going to get into today. I'm going to end it with that. And you try to take the intellect there and try to understand it. That's why we try to intellectualize what's good and what's evil. You're going to have to drop a lot of that intellectual shit to be able to understand there is no good or evil. And I'm not talking to anybody directly. I'm talking to everybody on a general statement. I love you too, Say. You have to go back, okay? So I can finish. You got to go back, okay? Okay. Say, oh yeah, that's me. You have to go. I don't want to have to put you in a corner. Okay. Bye-bye. Love you. Love you too. I love you, Say. So you have to, damn, what was I saying about the intellect, y'all? It's only going to get you so far. You have to drop straight into observer mode and see it for what it is. We like to see it for what we want it to be. We like to see it for what we want it to be. That's not the way that this here gonna work, gang. It ain't gonna be able to work out like that. It can, but you ain't gonna do nothing but get yourself caught up in more patterns. More complex patterns on top of complex patterns. By way of what? By way of what? By way of what, though? The same thing that you call yourself trying to get out of. The matrix, the illusion. That would be Prakriti. That would be Bina. And that would be, what's it in Egyptian pantheon, Mayat. Shout out to Mayat Mystic. But nonetheless, that would be what there is. Those are those principles. When you study them deep enough and get into those principles, you will see that I'm telling you, that is the producers of patterns. That's why it's represented by a woman. The producer of patterns, the creator of patterns. Nigga, 9 months in the stomach. It's not really a woman, but that's the best way to use it to get people to understand it. We have to anthropomorphize this shit. Because we can't get it. It's hard for people to get it. So we have to anthropomorphize. That's why Ganesh still has to have a human body. It's a principle. It's not obviously y'all know that, but it's not a real motherfucker with a head that you worshiping. Some people may do that though and see it as that, but that's not the ultimate understanding of that symbol. And we need symbols. Why human beings need symbols? It's because we can't grasp the simplicity of who we actually are, which is nothing, which means no thing. And what's this no thing? It's literally everything that could ever exist. Let me not get ahead of myself, gang. Hold up. Let's just play my part. Damn, I missed what you were talking about right there, I missed it. The patterns they're seeing is called, I don't even know what that word means. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Rose of flame. God damn. Let's look it up. APOP. APOPHENIA. The human. Okay. It says that word that Rose of Flame just said. It says the human tendency to perceive meaning patterns, connections, or causal relationships within random, unrelated data and coincidental events. We have no choice. Guess what though? Epstein finna get into that too. He finna get into that too. He finna talk about that spiritual shit too. If I chose one of the right parts. We have no choice, but we seeing pattern, we seeing shit that ain't even there. We making it connect. But guess what? Listen to the interviewer. He can't accept, the interviewer can't accept the fact that Jeffrey fucking Epstein is saying these high up elites don't know what the fuck is going on. A lot of people can't accept the fact that these people you want to say have control over all this shit don't have control. They don't know what the fuck is going. They may know a little bit of shit about their little slither of shit. And to you, it may seem like a lot, but it's not the whole piece of the pie. No, it's not even a piece of the pie. It's a little crust off the pie. The nigga in the interview cannot take the. You mean expect me to believe that you and people don't know what's going on and no one's this and this and this and that. Can't take it. That word that goddamn Rosa Flame just put in the chat. What if that is it? The biggest conspiracy theory is conspiracy theories. The fact that you have conspiracy theories is a conspiracy. They're conspiring to give you shit to keep you distracted. Ooh, ain't we been saying that? There is no secret. Bobby Ben said that. There is no secrets. The greatest secret is that there is no secret, but to keep people thinking they're fucking secrets. Because that's going to keep you in the loop-de-loop. That's going to keep you in some sorrow. That's going to keep you in a cycle of karma and rebirth. No, you don't want to hear it. Because we fight for generational wealth and the rights of our people, the rights of gay people, the rights of straight people, the rights of black women and black men. I know that's hard to accept, bro. Yeah. That's my girl right there, man. Came out from being a father of 0 to be a pappy of 2. Gonna be a daddy of 2. Yeah. My boy Arjuna on the way in April. God damn. My boy Arjuna on the way in April. Shit, god damn. Yeah. No good, no evil. It's all about how you perceive it. And even if you do be like, I don't like that, you need to be able to perceive through the fact or discern through the fact that that's your own ego. It's gonna, for some people that hurt to be able to accept that that's your ego. You got to be able to accept that. That's your own ego discerning through what's right and wrong. And that's what the mind naturally does, which is why here, guess what? Everything else, a lot of majority of spiritualists are telling you how to control your mind. Once you get to this non-dual aspect of understanding, we're not talking about controlling the mind. We're talking about investigating the mind until the mind places itself back at its source, which is consciousness. Because the mind also is pure consciousness, but it's just a distorted aspect. I probably shouldn't have went that far just yet, but nonetheless. So we just need to observe the mind. Let the mind do what the fuck it's going to do. Because it's going to come with thoughts. It's going to come with prejudices. It's going to come with right and wrong, good and evil, good and bad. But you got to be able to stand back and sit and watch that motherfucker do that. And not take an emotional attachment to those thoughts. That's how we have what they call counter thoughts. One thought produces another thought, that produces another thought, that produces another thought. The mind running endless. That which is not is everything. And that's what you are. And there's no intellectual babble that's going to get you to that, to understand that, to realize that. There's not none. You must do on your own accord. Teachers, gurus can do nothing but point you to the direction. You gotta walk through the door. Ain't that what Morpheus told Neo? The little bit we done ain't shit. You gotta walk through the door. You gotta choose the pill, red or the blue. You gotta do it. Nobody can do it for you. You said you were saying nothing we can do. I was saying just play our part. And that's what, and see, here's the thing about it, that's what you're naturally gonna do. So even those who, so we have to come, let's zoom out on it. Even those who play their part in this shit as a freedom fighter, as a Black Panther, as a we gotta save the Black man, we gotta save the Black woman, we gotta save this and we gotta do that and we gotta build this and we gotta say that and stop this and that's that. They're playing their part as well. So in all due respect, everybody's playing their part. The part is being played. But it's for certain ones. I hate to say it like this because it kind of like, it may put the wrong understanding in people's mouth, in people's mind, right? But the certain ones are able to perceive through this actual illusion of the bullshit. Just like here, I'm seeing through this aspect of this character here who's a father now. That part is still going to be played. That doesn't mean, oh, it's an illusion. I'm just sit back and do nothing. I'm going to just sit back and do nothing. No, the part is still going to play out. So let it. The play is still going to play out. Let it. No point in fighting it. To say you detaching and shit. The real detachment is the discernment through what's true and what's false. The OG Maharaj said this information, this spiritual knowledge that he teaches, it's not useful. What do you mean by that? Spiritual information that's not useful. It's not going to make you useful in this world. It's not where you come get the information to make you useful and more productive in the world. This is not that. What is he saying? The same shit Panic said. This is not the information to help you become a better fucking human. You go somewhere else and get that. You want to learn about finance? There's nothing's wrong with that. But this is not that information. You want to learn about how to defeat the justice system and the government? This is not that. This is how to defeat the whole fucking illusion, which all of that exists within. This is that. I can't teach a motherfucker how to be the most upright Black man. I can't. That ain't my goal. If you want my opinion, I can give you some opinions. And I can give you some assistance in a way so you can move the bullshit out the way. I can do that. But I don't have a manual over here on how to be the best Black man. That's not my role in this play. Zero says a realization is as good as a guess. As good as a guess. Damn. Okay. Here go my boy Rosa Flame teaching me how to pronounce. That's what I love. You know, I really mean it, bro, because there's a lot of shit I can't pronounce. You say it like apophenia. Apophenia. So apophenia is what we have a problem with here. He who thinks he knows doesn't know. He who knows that he doesn't know knows. That's the real reality here, y'all. Man, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, bro. We finna get into it. Yeah, Trav, that's the big head fella who coming out. Who finna drop in April. That's his name, man. Arjuna, my boy Arjuna. For those that know, you know where I got that name from. And shit, the nigga may grow up to be a goddamn dope Dylan Savage. You know, you don't know. But can you be okay with that? Of course, everything in my ego, in my mind, in my intellect is going to try to prevent that. But you don't have no control over that. You don't. And you got to be okay with that. Love the nigga regardless. Let's continue this. Hold up. Here we go. Remember, we was talking about complex systems inside of complex systems.
What he means. That goes back to the original question. Complex systems are complex by definition, but there's not necessarily, it's not one level of complexity. We might say, well, our fingers are complex, the movements, the muscles of our hands, but it's not as complex as the blood system. Now I have a circulatory system. I have systems on top of systems, so that there's no one group of or person that really understands the way the body works. There's no one group that understands the way the financial systems work. You might understand U.S. bond market. Now, you asked about the trade of long-term capital. That was a bond fund, very small part of this very complex system. So
see, you hear what he's saying here. Here's the thing of what I'm saying. How many egos flared up and said, oh no, he's just defending and hiding the higher ups. That's not really what's happening. There is one group of people that's controlling. How do you know that? How do you know that? I ain't even got my books. I didn't study this shit. I didn't try shit, buddy. This is a very complex system. Have you heard about the secure party creditor? You understand anything about that? Look into that shit. I went through all of this shit, y'all. I went through commercial law. And I'm not saying I was the best at it, but I studied a lot of this shit with the same analytical mind. What I'm telling you here is this, man. What if there's not one group controlling it? Did you ever consider that actually being an answer? People don't want to see that, though. They want to say that there's one controlling everything. Why? You need the bad guy to point the finger at because you feel like your life is shitty. Just say it. Just accept it. And rework through that process to see through that bullshit. Because your life is not shitty. You're imagining what life should be like. You're trying to think in the future, or you're focused on the past. Whether it goes for the history of your people or the future of your children and yourself. You are not sitting in your now present state. I don't believe that there's one group controlling all of this shit. I'm sorry. I don't. And if you look at complex systems, think about the world, right? Let's just say we take the normal history of the world. One civilization rises, hits its apex, falls. And another system comes in on top of that one. A new group of people, a new set of patterns come in and build on what was left over from that other system. Then they go up and they crumble. Then another system comes and does the same thing. Then they blow up and crumble. Then another system comes up and does the same thing. Then another, then another, then another, then another. It's nothing but complex systems. And no one exactly may know how that so-called first civilization done everything. But you would think this is in this new community or in this new civilization, since they're so-called a group of elite people, you think that they know all of the hidden secrets of the last civilization and that they're using it against you. And they may even set up a mystique about themselves that makes it seem like they know the hidden secrets, and it works in their benefit for you to believe that they know all the secrets of that past civilization when they only have bits and pieces of it. Listen. My OG told me, Brother Hemming, All these systems, spiritual systems, are nothing but fragments. You have to get bits and pieces from here and there, put them together. And even then, you'll have to put a little bit together. It's all fragmented. I hope niggas is listening, man. Complex system within systems. Man, love to you. It's great to be along for the ride with you. Same here, my brother. Same here, my brother. Damn, this concept has been kicking my ass lately. Been thinking myself into madness lately. And you know, Trev, if anybody know, you know that's exactly what that should do. Exactly. Oh, like he's Russian dolls within Russian dolls. Like, here's the thing that, like, exactly what Trav, that's what it'll do to us, though, y'all. That's what it'll do to us. And that's the way Prakriti runs this motherfucker. It's going to give your ass something to decipher through, or it's going to give your ass some dots to connect. It's going to give you, if you're looking for patterns, it's going to give you patterns. It has to. It has to. It has to give you patterns. But ultimately, nobody's controlling all of these fucking patterns. That's just what patterns do. And they do it. And they're going to, and patterns continue to do it. But you got to understand your mind is the pattern. And it's the pattern creator. And it's the pattern connector. Here's your trickster spirit here, buddy. There's your trickster spirit. They say Tahuti or Thoth, aka Thoth or Thought was a trickster god. I wonder what connections we have here. I wonder what connections we have here. I don't know. Y'all got any more of that crack back there? Nobody's driving the ship. That's scary for a lot of people. That's scary for a lot of people. Nobody driving this bitch, bro. There ain't nobody driving this motherfucker, y'all. Man, look what Trav just said, man. And the function of giving us patterns is another complex system within the mind. That's why I say, hey, man, it does us no good, ultimately, to sit here and so-called spiritually decipher through patterns. That's the trick. That's the trick. That's the trick, bro. You will get to a point where you realize, okay, that's enough of that shit. Okay, that's enough of that shit. Now this shit is entertainment to me. I don't think I'm about to decode my way to the ultimate spiritual truth no more. Let's just put it like that. I'm not at that point no more. I used to think I have to decode, do these rituals and decode this and do that to ultimately get to know who the fuck I am. I remember I told you all my rituals was based on trying to get knowledge of self, but more in the other aspect of knowledge of self. What planet did I come from? Am I a god? Which I already believe, but nonetheless, God this and I'm God that, and let's work on myself. The shadow work. More of my rituals based on me doing inner work, assistance with inner work. But all this decoding about different dimensions and different aliens and reptilians and Epstein files and this and that. That's not going to get you nowhere. You have to understand that is the Matrix. Bingo, the trickster fucking spirit. The Joker. Come on, man. The gods are the personification of all of our experiences. If you get around to doing the work, you see the real scary part. And what is that? You are beyond the gods. And again, nobody is driving the ship. Can you accept that? Can you accept that? And nobody's going to be able to walk you through that. You have to internalize that and see it to be true or see it to be false and keep stepping the way you step in. This is a general statement. Because I had to make the same choice. Or was it a choice? Did I have the free will to make the choice? Let's not get into that. You know who likes to mess with those real fun. Oh, Goatia. Cosmic puzzle piece. Peace. All right, come on, y'all. Let's finish this up. Hold on. This part.
Goal of the Santa Fe Institute was to see, is there a way to get in, somehow understand how complex systems interact? Fast forward, Steve, to today, where Google and these other engine companies, the other tech companies, are trying to build artificial intelligence. The strangest thing that they found, one of the strangest things, is that the systems that they design, this artificial intelligence, which a lot of people have heard about, is they design a bunch of systems. They're called neural nets, terms simply taken out of brain work, neurons in the brain, nets because they actually look like a net. They put in some inputs. Computers work, spit out an answer. Sounds normal to you. It's because you're thinking about that calculator you had in 1976 on your desk. When you ask the person who designed the system, how did it come to that answer? How did your neural net, can you show me the calculations? They say, no, we don't know. We don't know how the thing we designed actually came up with that answer. That's pretty strange.
Now, you can even take that to a conspiracy theory. Oh, it's actually ancient aliens in the future that it's actually tapped into. You can't accept the fact that you don't know, that they don't know. You can't accept it. You see how these conspiracies have no choice but to push you to something outward to focus on that you ultimately won't be able to fucking prove. What if it's already this basic shit that's been studied and broken down that we could say, I took Travis Majors' class on the elementals. These 5 fucking elements. There's nothing in existence that could ever exist outside of the fucking 5 elements. And these 5 elements have to have one of the 3 attributes, or a mixture of all 3 attributes, aka the 3 gunas, which we're going to get into. What if it's just the elemental play? In your mind is the elements. Oh, you're not seeing it. You're not getting that. You're not getting that. It's just like your dream. That's why we go through the waking, dreaming, and deep sleep state, because those are your direct experiences. All this other malarkey we're talking about is secondhand knowledge, hearsay. Your direct experience on a daily basis is waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. Just like when you go to sleep, you spontaneously pop up in a dream world, which we know this dream world is our mind. But we did not go to sleep and take the time and let me build this tree in my dream. Let me build this chair in my dream. Did you? Or did it automatically do it? And everything in that dream is your mind. When you dream about your mama, your sister, your brother, the dude at the stove, the girl down the street, everything in that dream is your mind appearing before you. And now your mind has even created a dream body. Oh, do you want to get into that direct experience that you're having every motherfucking day? You wouldn't have no motherfucking time to worry about what these so-called elite folk doing. Because they ain't doing shit. I'm telling you, they ain't doing shit, man. This shit is a play around this bitch.
They take.
You can't take the fact that don't nobody know. Somebody got to know what's going on around this bitch. What if that's the ultimate truth? Nobody knows. What the fuck did my boy Coop say up here earlier? He who think he knows doesn't know. He who knows that he doesn't know truly knows. I know that I don't know nothing. I know that I don't. I know I don't. And I know that to be the truth. So now that we deciphered through this, we talked about the money, which we think these elites are doing and running the world, where we stop supporting and go boycott Target, that's going to change the fucking world. Not saying it doesn't change a little bit of part of a system. Maybe it does. And I'm pretty sure it does. Matter of fact, pretty sure it does. But it does not change the whole of this thing here. It doesn't. And here's what gets me. People act like they want white supremacy to end. People act like they want patriarchy to end. But don't nobody want to start receiving the benefits of it. I know it's hard for you to accept, but you receive the benefits of the very system that you hate. You're sitting right there on your nice Wi-Fi right now with the minerals used to connect the systems, and people are fucking dying and getting killed to mine the cobalt and copper and gold and silver with a nice phone. Even if it's the old iPhone, even if it's the old Android. You're still fascinated by the nice blood diamonds that the rappers wear. You're still infatuated by the nice designer clothes that's made in a sweatshop. Damn, I think my what's the names are uploading real slow. So I might have to pull this up on YouTube on the other channel. Because my chat uploading slow as fuck. Like 10 chats will pop up fast at the same time. At the same time. So maybe I have to put it over here. Hold up, y'all. So I can read the actual comments. Let's see how we can do that. Get everything in order. But we still ain't done yet, y'all. We still ain't done yet. Trav says, where is it at? Nothing to do, no more to find, to research, to discover, or to unlock. Facts, man. Really ain't, bro. The nervous system regulation. Yep. Zero. Yes, I love knowing I don't exist because I finally knew I am not crazy. Man, I love it. This is the elemental play, man. The elemental play, man. I always remember that video Saguru explaining we are all empty landscape. Hey, man. Hey. Facts, right? Because even I think Epstein even talk about that shit, right? Not just saying, oh, it's Epstein, but it's been said. Once they got down to neutrons, electrons, and protons, once they observed that even close, they found out neutrons, protons, and electrons are empty. There's nothing in that motherfucker. All right, man. All right. Fuck, man. Trav say the soul out here winging it. Motherfucker just winging it. I don't know. Fucking wing it. Oh, shit. Motherfucker just out here winging it. God just throwing shit together. What if that's the truth? Can you accept that? Can you accept that? Because I think it's a fucking joke. I think all this shit is a fucking joke if you want me to be honest with you. Can you accept that? What if that is what it is? Because it's so hard for fuckers to accept that. Tell you one thing, whatever it is, it definitely ain't ultimately what everybody agree on. From a I take that back, but at the same time I don't. I don't know how to explain it just yet. It'll probably come to me later. So we got through that part, right? We got through that part. Now let's get back down to it, because all he's talking about is complex systems. These complex systems, and nobody knows what the fuck is actually going on. They may know a little bit about their little what's the name, but they don't know exactly what the fuck is going on. Now you see this nigga done changed his goddamn shirt. Watch him. Let's see.
I mean, if you have an older parent, would you say it's possible? Did you anticipate him having a heart attack today? No, you hope things are going to go better and maybe they'll fix it up. The system was getting too complex, and it wasn't based on derivatives, because what people keep forgetting, and as I've just explaining, Wall Street and in many professions, including Wall Street makes it sound complicated. They don't want the little guy to understand what they do, because they make so much money. They don't do very much. So they couch it in words like derivative and stock options and commodity futures and different types of contracts. It's all everyone is capable of understanding it. It is not complicated.
Are you hearing this? That's the same shit with this spiritual shit. Everyone makes it sound mumbo jumbled up with these big words and intergalactic dimensional milk of magnesia coming down, referrating down to the photostrat, back up to the stratosphere, and back into the black melanin that reverberates back out as rap music. They make it sound complex when it's oh so simple. Is that not what we've been talking about on this YouTube channel? The simplicity of this shit? The simplicity of this shit is not that complex. It may be hard to accept, but it's not that complex. It's just not. You think I'm sitting here trying to talk to you about, see, I told you about the financial market. This is deeper than that. It's the same shit, man. It's the same shit, gang. Motherfuckers use big words. I think because they understand big words, they come and talking to you from a superiority standpoint. Oh, I need to get in part of that cult. And next thing you know, your ass on your goddamn knees when the brother says, don't nobody stand above me. Get on your knees. Your ass in a cult, trying to figure out a way out. Because your ass has been placed under mind control 101. Which mind control, nothing's evil about mind control within itself. It's obviously the intent behind it, right? Bro, why does it take? See, I'm looking on YouTube and then I'm looking on StreamYard, and the comments have not popped up on StreamYard, but they're showing up on YouTube. Yeah, so the word I am is just a trigger to activate different entities. Facts. I am is a trigger. See, I am is the beginning. And then anything after that is what creates the illusion. So you can say, I am Osiris. Osiris is part of the illusion. I am goddamn Baphomet, part of the illusion. I am is just the I am. Anything after that is illusionary. I can't put it up on the screen because it ain't popping up on StreamYard. That's crazy. You can't charge, what Rose of Flame say, you can't charge money for simple. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Trav said one fish. Oh, there, now it's popping up on here. Trav said one fish, two fish, yellow fish, blue fish. They can talk to you like that. That shit sound deep. Niggas, shit sound deep. You're getting circle jerked. I am here is an illusion. Facts, Cosmic Puzzle Piece. Where's here? Where's here? Me and my nigga T, we got a good ass conversation. I started recording me and my nigga T conversations on the phone. We be having some fire ass conversations, bro. And it's okay, it's consensual. I asked him, could I record the conversation? I'm gonna start uploading them motherfuckers onto here. We have some fire ass conversations because we went into shit like that. Where the fuck is here? Where is that at? Anyway, my bacon is smelling fine. All right, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it, y'all. Let's get back to it. Hold up.
But Wall Street, they make so much money from doing fairly simple things, needs to make it more complicated than it really is.
See what I'm saying? He said you can make so much money from making shit complex. If it's complex, you can make so much money because you give the illusion that there are so many steps to go through. When the shit is really simple. Get basic understanding of this, the shit is really simple. That's why I say the most basic understanding I think we all need to understand is the mind. What's its function? What's its source? And what is it made of? The 5 elements, 3 gunas. You get that shit, gang? You'll be able to put all this shit together and understand, oh man, that ain't really about shit. Well, everybody else sitting here think they hearing some of the deepest shit and the highest spiritual shit in the world. You already understand the 5 elements and the 3 gunas. And you understand that you are the observer of the 5 elements and the 3 gunas. You can't be bamboozled no more. Because you're going to be able to walk through your direct fucking experience and see that to be true. Trav said, hell yeah, upload the talks. Yeah, because I listened to when we had the other night. I'm like, God damn. Niggas ain't going to be able to take this. You're like, well, that's them niggas' fault. That's on them niggas. I'm like, yeah, you right. I'm like, I'm going to put this on the YouTube, bro. I be trying, you know what I'm saying? I be trying to have a little bit of, like, but bro, it ain't that time no more. Like, nigga just got to get what it is. You know what I'm saying? Niggas just got to accept what it is or not and get the fuck on. I'm like, you right. You fucking right, buddy. Let's see here. Hold up. Now we go down here to 58. 58 minutes and 10 seconds.
The 1990s was the 70s. Am I
You
just,
sound like an astrologer.
okay?
And that if it
I'm-
ain't,
Oh yeah, he finna slick shit on astrology. Watch this though. We go back a little bit more. Watch what he say though.
The internet 2010 years later, roughly.
Mhm.
And then this run up through the Iraq war and all that, the run up to 2008. Every 10 years, it seems like we're in some sort of 10 years before the 1990s was the 70s. Am I
you
just,
sound like an astrologer.
okay?
And that if it ain't,
I'm
No,
really,
no,
you're
no.
going to be a mathematician. It just seems to me a pattern
that's
of
what-
every 10 years.
that's misleading. That's exactly right. Because people like to see patterns. People like to see patterns where there are none.
So a pattern
Did we not just say
of
that?
financial crisis every.
Did we not just say that? Is that not the word that Rosa Flame just used? People like to see patterns. People like to see patterns where patterns don't exist. Human beings naturally have to see fucking patterns where they don't exist. Let's share my screen with that one. Fellas, ladies, and gentlemen, because I know the ladies are here too. Stop screen share and let's share it with this. Share screen. Boom. Let's look at that. Can y'all see that? Look at that. I can't pronounce it, but Afofina, whatever. Fuck. Shit. I can't find Rose of Flames comment to help me pronounce it. The human tendency to perceive meaningful patterns, connections, or causal relationships within random, unrelated data or coincidental events. Right? Example, seeing faces in clouds or objects, finding hidden meanings in numbers, or believing in luck and superstition. I'm just saying, you do what you want to with this information. Take it, decipher through it, see it to be true, or see that shit to be false. It's up to you. I'm just letting you know that this is what's happening, Captain. This is what's happening. And we got to be discerning through our reality, y'all. Or what the fuck else are we really doing? What the fuck else are we really doing here? Besides playing footsie with Tootsie Pops and shit. Nigga. Stop your sniffling, Bart. Mayat says, Mr. Mayat Mystic, thank you again for this. You and Travis have really contributed to my growth. Much respect, Mayat Mystic. You know it's respect and much love on this side. Much love and respect. See patterns where they don't exist. Wow. Come on now. Finding patterns, that's the mind job. And creating patterns is the mind's job. The mind creates the patterns and then finds the patterns. It's like the friend who stole something from you, then helped you look for it. Yeah, that's the mind. That's the mind. That's the mind. This is absolutely true. And it makes me wonder if we create the patterns. That has been my conclusion to it. We create the patterns. Oh, then Trav says this. I mean, obviously. Purusha meets Prakriti and patterns are received. We finna pull up some Purusha and Prakriti in just a second here. We finna get into it. Get into it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do. If you don't know how, then watch her do it, do it, do it, do. Well, if you, boy, you know that Atlanta snap music, boy, back then, boy, that was the shit. That bridge from snap music to crump music, boy, that was the shit. Do it, do it. Anytime ego or Aham is involved, patterns emerge. That's what we're trying to tell y'all here, y'all. Listen. You take it or you don't. The ego creates separation. For there to be a separation, patterns can't be created without a separation. Because you wouldn't see no pattern. It'd just be one gloop of glop. You wouldn't see no patterns in it. But a spiral is created. Because a spiral is created, you see something that's not a spiral, right? You can see something that's not a spiral to be able to identify a spiral. So you can tell a spiral from a straight line because there's a separation. What does the ego do? Create separation. Da-da-da-da. So ultimately, is the ego bad, sinister? No. But ultimately, that will create a blockage from you seeing the whole fucking observation of what this shit really is. It's useful and appropriate to move through the matrix reality, my brothers and sisters. Panic said the ego is a self-writing program. And that's exactly what Prakriti is. That's exactly what Maya is. It's a self-replicating program, for lack of better terms. That's what it is. Self-replicating. I told motherfuckers, like, think about how many phenotypes there are. There's not that many fucking phenotypes that exist. You know how many people look like another person? Prakriti ain't that goddamn creative. It just takes a little bit from me and add it to this person, a little bit from that person, add it to this person, a little bit from this person, add it to that person. So how many people we've seen that look just alike? And then you'll get people to take pictures, bring up pictures from the 1800s of somebody now famous today and say, look, reincarnation. Hey, man. Yeah, we probably really understood reincarnation if we think this person comes back in the same goddamn body. Well, obviously, it's a different body. Okay, let's get to it. Okay, that's it right there, boy. That was the golden days, boy. For my generation. Let's finish it up right here. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. No. Check this out.
10 years in my mind.
Yes.
Long-term capital that had to be bailed out back in the late 90s when everybody panicked. And that wasn't that bailout today would look small. And it was a $5 billion or it was $30 billion.
Businesses fail all the time.
But they long-term capital, the Federal Reserve stepped in.
I'm saying people go bad. Things go bad.
Yes, you're correct. The audience that's watching this, the little guys, they go bankrupt all the time and nobody gives a shit. You know why? They're a little guy. But when long-term capital management goes bankrupt, or Bear Stearns goes bankrupt, or Lehman Brothers goes bankrupt, people care because it's
an unfair characterization.
Why do you say that?
Because again, it's the complexity of the situation. If you think about you have a complex system, you have your body. Now, in fact, the little guy is my finger. This is
Bear Stearns is your heart.
That's correct. The banking system is my heart. The system, I can't risk because remember, it's not only my.
You haven't been able to name.
Hang on.
You haven't.
Hang on. No, hang. I was trying to hang. I want to see if the hang on.
No, you haven't been able. You're not good enough. You're like junior wizard trying to do it. You haven't. Yes. Since we can't name another guy that's as good as you. Now, there may be a couple out there. You're not bragging. You're humble. It had to be sometime. Please tell me there was some time before you went to jail and basically got cut off from daily information in the summer of 2008, that you started to get very nervous that this complex system, that something was deeply wrong.
Okay, first, let's go back. When I say no one understands the system better than I do, it doesn't mean I am.
You only sound like a doctor. You're afraid he's going to get sued for giving a thing.
Yeah,
you're not taking on any liability. There's no contingent liability here.
Yeah, no. But the word understand is the problem. Okay. I don't understand the system. So that's, I don't understand the financial
Will you
system.
please stop? You cannot sit here and
Yeah,
tell me what we just went through. I'll go through again. The hedge fund managers, the money managers, the central bankers, the commercial bankers, the heads of the investment banks, the heads of all the trading desks, the top economists, and I'll throw in the business school lecturers of Stanford. Of all the top 200, 250, you can't name at the top of your head the guys are at least at your level. You have to understand it somewhat.
No. Sorry. We all don't understand it. No understands it. It's a mirror. It's this that's part of the, it's impossible to understand. That word understand simply means if this happens here, that will happen there. It's predictable. Understanding means it's predictable. It's not predictable. That's the problem. It's very, in complex systems, that was the fascination. Is there a way to tease out some level of predictability?
So
No, in fact, you would ask the question, it's a great question, which was it a stroke or a heart attack? Now, most people don't know that before they were going to have a stroke, they had a stroke. They just have a stroke. Do they understand why? In hindsight, you go back and you can make lots of explanations. It might sound good. And if you're talking to the working man, you're using language that he'll never understand. It's complex. So he, just like going to his doctor, he says he has a gastrointestinal problem, or he has diverticulitis, as opposed to saying, you had a stomach ache, you ate bad food. People don't like to say it in normal, everyman terms. The system had a stroke. We don't know why.
But you just, okay. Hard.
I know we may not like this nasty motherfucker, supposedly, allegedly, but listen to what he's saying, man. The same shit that's been said here. We don't understand the system. Listen to the interview. I see what Trav said too down here. I'm gonna go back to Trav comments. The interviewer is fucking obnoxious, bro. You can tell he hate him. He hate him. He hate him. And that's fine and dandy. He can hate him. But, which a lot of people do hate him. But the thing here is he can't accept. Listen to the ego. Pay attention to the ego. The ego cannot accept that people don't know, that it does not know. It's looking, has to have an answer that it wants to hear, that his ego wants to hear. That yes, we understand the financial system and we're ruling over you small fries who don't know shit. That's all he wants to hear. You have to give me a second, okay? Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, this not, you can't sit here and play on the camera, okay? It's a complex system and nobody understands it. Look at her back there. My little fireball. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. Remind me where I was at. Give me a second.
It's me.
Yeah, that's you. You can't. Come on. Come on. I told you can't be in here, okay? What do you want? Water? Hey. Huh? Stay hey. Don't come over here. Okay? Let it show. She actually scared me. She actually scared me. So as I was saying, the ego can't accept. He wants to just say you're the fucking evil people that are crushing everyday hardworking Americans, and you supersede all the knowledge of everybody else. You have all the super knowledge of how the financial system works. He can't accept the fact that don't nobody know how this shit work, gang. You can't accept the fact that don't nobody know how that shit work, gang. You can't accept that. What if that's the ultimate truth? What if that's it? You can play the game and say, well, he's just saying that to protect the higher ups. But what if the whole truth has always been these motherfuckers don't know? They know a little bit about their system. That's it. Nobody's ultimately controlling all of these complex systems. He just said something else. Hold up.
People. Okay. Hardworking people, and there's a great social benefit. Would you not agree?
You're using language that he'll never understand. It's complex. So just like going to his doctor, he says he has a gastrointestinal problem, or has diverticulitis, as opposed to saying, you had a stomach ache, you ate bad food. People don't like to say it in normal, everyman terms.
So that's another thing. So if you get explained through inflation, and he goes into inflation, he say, I still don't know what the fuck that really is. They use all these terminologies to talk over you when it's something very fucking simple. And the most simplest answer is this as well. Nobody understands. He said, when you use the word understanding, see, the interviewer don't like hearing it. You do understand things. You understand this and you understand that. We're talking about real deal. There's nothing we don't understand this thing as a whole. We know little bits and pieces, and of those little bits and pieces, the shit still breaks down. Bobby Hemmett Ben told you they don't run shit. They running around this motherfucker. Just like you are. The highest of the elite, so-called, don't know shit, y'all. I'm telling you, man. That has been my conclusion. They don't know a goddamn thing. That little shit keeps breaking down. It seems like it's still all the way function, but it's a whole larger system on top of system on top of systems on top of systems. Systems are just functioning. Like Maharaj would say, the happening is happening. Or the functioning is functioning. That's it. What if that is it? It's just functioning. But you gonna put your little fingers to do. Let me go back and read some of these goddamn comments. Interesting. So if the little man is his finger, I wonder what his internal story for his people is for the people he supposedly hurt. Damn, okay. Right, because you see the mindset that a motherfucker have with that? The little people and the little finger. All right? Like, what part of his inner ecosystem were they? How did he identify that? I get what you're saying, Trav. Or was he even considering his actions as hurting them? That's the real question. Because based upon what I've seen in this interview, probably not. Because the interviewer asked him, did he feel like he fucked up when he landed himself in jail in 2008? Which is another connection that talks about why I think the nigga got something to do with Bitcoin, but nothing else. I mean, nonetheless. His mindset was like, I don't think like that. Which is another form of no obstacles will apprehend you, which I promote over here, but not saying none of the shit, that freaky shit was, you know what I'm saying, where he, obviously, right? I shouldn't have to explain it, but nonetheless, he's seen it. And I hate to say it, because if I say it like that, people gonna feel like I'm sympathizing with him. But his perspective, I don't want to say higher. Well, it was definitely different. Let's just say that. His perspective on suffering was way different. Way different than what your average person perspective of suffering is. So I highly doubt that he saw that he was hurting them. Or are we going with the whole Gaiam cattle thing? Who knows? Who cares? Interesting though. Facts. Now that's the real truth. Interesting though. Trav says, interviewers of Gnosis facts. Understanding means predictable. And this shit is honestly, spontaneously happening. But that's another story, y'all. Like my Harai would say, whatever you have understood, you are not. If you can understand it, that's not it. That's not this I am principle. That's not this absolute principle. That's not it. It's not it. This reminds me of that Vishnu art where he is laying in the ocean in a land of infinite possibilities. Facts. We are watching a movie and everything we put attention on. Facts. Coop says, I'm actually floored by his honesty right now. And you see what I'm saying? Some people can accept that as honesty, though, because they already have a preconceived notation of the type of person that he is. Instead of looking at this shit like a scientist, you look at this shit like people look at this shit like a moralist, spiritual person, or a moralist, self-righteous person. I'm not telling you that's wrong, but I'm telling you that's wrong. Because you can't holistically see this shit. You're only looking at an itty-bitty type tiny piece. He said, nah, you can tell Epstein has a well-crafted inner ecosystem. I agree, bro. I agree. Even if he done some shit, allegedly, that we don't agree with. I think it's quite obvious when I watched this interview. That's the only reason I brought this shit up. I'm like, is niggas hearing the shit he's saying? That's the same shit we had talked about on YouTube. Some of this is the same shit. But anyway, there is no so-called experts. Facts. Huh? Oh, okay. You talking about when my daughter popped up. Yep. He wants him to say, we're ruling you over you little guys. Facts, bro. He wants that. He got to hear that. Everybody who's a conspiracy theorist wants to hear that. That's exactly why they give. Why do you think they would give you the Epstein files? So niggas can say, look, nigga, I told you it's in the files. I told you it was eating kids and having underage women kids and doing this and then Obama was this and Barack and then this and that and Michelle is really a man and they was really doing this. They want that. So they gave it to you, motherfuckers. You wanted it, they gave you what you wanted. And they also created the environment for you to crave it. From the time that we heard his name first mentioned, 2019 to 2026, they starved you niggas. They put the cheese on a stick and ran your ass on a wheel for 6 years, nigga. And you ate it all. Come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? This conspiracy shit really don't be spiritual shit, bro. Your ass is getting looped around this month. You're getting bamboozled, hoodwinked. Fool me once. Shame on me. Fool me twice. Shame on me. Fool me, can't get fooled again. I'm done falling for the whoop-de-whoop. You niggas can do what you want to do. Done falling for this shit. I'm discerning through all of this shit, and it's so simple, and it's so fucking apparent, it's so fucking obvious. Shit ain't even, it's actually funny now. Oh, thanks, Trav. That reminds me. That's what it's really going to do. Create a more anti-Semitism and likely some more satanic panic. We are pure consciousness. The emperor isn't wearing any clothes. Facts. We are the ultimate and unique observer of every moment. Come on now. Come on now. I think most people would rather have an evil slave driver than take any responsibility for their spiritual, physical, and financial growth. Proteus, seer of eons. God damn it, I agree, bro. I agree, bro. I 100% agree. You don't want that responsibility. It's way easier to throw it on somebody else. And it's way easier to throw it on somebody who has more money and seeming to be more freakier. It's way easier to do that because you feel like you can throw your egotistical shit up in there like, hey, guess what? I'm better than him. He's disgusting. He's terrible. When the fact is, this is human fucking nature. No, you don't want to accept that. The human nature is to do anything that can be done and will be done. It shall be done, especially about a fucking human. All the most highly respectable shit, and also the highest of the gross and deceitful and nasty and so-called evil of shit. The human being is going to do it. And I don't give a fuck if you're black, white, purple, green, or yellow. That's the truth on that matter. But can you accept that? Yes, he knows this function. But it's different from being it. Facts. Yes, I've already seen it. People think they've found someone to blame, then unleash their inner nastiness they already had, just with a rationalized enemy. Come on now. We jump from Diddy to Epstein. By the time this blows over, we'll have another and another. You know they gonna give you another one, buddy. You know you're gonna have another one. Trump gonna still be here, it seems like. Trump gonna still be there, so you already know he gonna stay constant. And that's the purpose of this video. Yes, I know it's gonna be long, but so the fuck what? You need to be able to discern through this shit. We already went through the mind control tricks. What did we say? If the environmental control model, it requires the controller take into account everything that the subject that they're pulling the trick on will experience. So they will naturally conclude exactly what the controller wants them to, and as a result, fulfill the controller's objective without considering any other possibility or option. This is mind control 101. This is mind control 101. Come on, y'all. Come on, man. Really? Come on, man. They know if they put this type of, let's say this, let's just say they know if they put this type of shit out, even if he's speaking facts, you will not accept it. If he was a world-renowned scientist with no blemish on his image, this shit will fucking break the spiritual internet. But they know, hey, no one's going to accept this shit. So put this shit out there any fucking way. He's already out the group. He's already our scapegoat. No one's going to listen and pay attention to that shit. I read the comments on this video on YouTube. Nobody could take what the fuck he was saying. Everybody could only pick up on the shit that they've been told that he's done, the nasty shit. Nobody can pick it up. That's why I say I'm going to do this so we can decipher through this shit. And we can decipher through the mind and its natural ability to delete, distort, and generalize information. We naturally delete everything that he's talking about that we've already talked about on YouTube channel, that Travis already talked about, Penny's already talked about, but Bobby Hemmett has already talked about, Phil Valentine's already talked about. He may be saying it in a different angle, but nonetheless, we delete all of that, and then we generalize. We put them in one big basket of he's a pedo, he's a pedo, he's a pedo, he's done this and he's done that. And then we distort all of that information together. But I'm here to help see the whole picture clearly. Because you need to be able to decipher through how your mind is processing information and creating its own beliefs while it's projecting its beliefs. Man. It's like in ancient Greece, the gods up there on Mount Olympus ruling over all. Bro, I swear to God, I know I seen. Okay, there you go. I know it's not. See, YouTube is showing me way more comments than what I can see right now. This is the last comment I can see. Human species on plenty of Earth. Okay, now they popping up. Okay. A large portion of males would do exactly what Diddy and Epstein allegedly did if they had money and power and could get away with it. On God. Let's just keep it 100. Because niggas with little money doing it on a small scale. Listen, bro. When I went to Tennessee State University, I can say this. No shame in my past experiences. Nigga, we had strip parties. We had a little money, little trap money. You know what I'm saying? We had strippers. Girls that was college, getting ready to college graduate. They became strippers for a little extra money. We had strippers. And we had fucking orgies. Only men having sex with women. And we're all of the same age. That's a fact. So we were doing it on a small scale, nigga. Back then we were called running the train, but it was multiple girls. Not into that type of shit no more, but that's what I was into back then. Matter of fact, I was first introduced to it. During that time, I had never had that. I would just get solo missions. Who knows what a solo mission is? Or I go over there with one girl and my homie got another girl, and we in different rooms doing our thing. Now we got strippers who's willing to whip your dick out in front of everybody and suck it. You ever been down that road before? So I know niggas would do that shit with way more money. Niggas get way more freakier because they have way more power and influence. That's the natural state of the human ego. I keep trying to tell people exactly what Trav just said. The max of majority of people would do the same shit. How far you take it may be a difference, but nonetheless, it'll be the same shit. Listen to all the rappers. I wouldn't give a fuck if they were twin sisters. Like, niggas gonna do the same? Come on, man. Damn, man, nobody want to hear the rich and powerful ain't your enemy facts. Yeah, and here's the problem for us in this group. When all these people thinking they know something talking about Mulak Bal Ali are going to make distinction between the cool occultist facts and the evil satanic elite. It's all Satanists to them. Facts. Because them motherfuckers don't be knowing what the fuck they talking about when they say Satanist. Like, bro. You, man. But yeah. Everybody wants to be special, wants to be known for overcoming something. Facts. Not facts, bro. Everybody wants their recognition. It's all clear once you step outside of the group thing. Facts. My mentor, Anton Creel, explains in depth the principles he is speaking on in this clip. Most have no desire to walk the path of truth, even if meetings are down the hall. It's too painful. That's 100% true, bro. It's 100% true. Trav said heavy emphasis on the large portion. Heavy emphasis on the large portion of motherfuckers would do the exact same thing, bro. Heavy emphasis. Hell, when people get rich in it, male or female, or transgender, whatever, when people get richer, they have more influence, they end up getting into more freaky shit. Heavy emphasis on the large portion of what people do. Come on, man. I say this because people throw rocks at Epps and this because they secretly want to be like them. It's easy to project your shadow onto Raul. It's super easy. It's super easy to do that. Super easy to do that. And this is what I'm saying. We have to be able to decipher through our own mind and ego. It's super easy to point the finger, but it's very hard to decipher through your own shit. Why is that? Why haven't you questioned that? Then rather talk about what Epstein has done, or Diddy has done, or R. Kelly has done. By no way are we saying it's okay. More people should do it. It's not what we're saying. But I talked to somebody, I told them, like, certain people will hear, you know, since everybody hates Donald Trump and he's a racist, certain people will hear the fact that I agree with Donald Trump when he says 2 + 2 = 4. Naturally, we already all agree that 2 + 2 = 4. But since Donald Trump said it, and I said, well, yeah, Donald, he right with that shit. He right. Oh, see, you a Donald Trump supporter, or you a MAGA. How you gonna be a MAGA supporter and you black? How you gonna be black in this and then boom, 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 boom? See how you generalize, delete, and distort information automatically? People would naturally do that. But if you're not deciphering through how this motherfucking mind works, easy to do this. Him, them. You see, this nigga can't, the interviewer is showing you, he can't accept the fact that those people that we think running shit, not running shit because they don't really know shit. Come on, man. All right, let's see. We getting close to the end of this, man. Hold up. We got at least two. Let's see. 110. So this is gonna be a long one, y'all. Hopefully y'all want to stay. If you don't, I ain't mad at you. Somebody catch you back on the replay. You did.
Because that was about nuclear weapons.
No, it was because they decided it was maybe not right. This was the same time that Murray Gell-Mann came up with the term quark, Q-U-A-R-K. He picked it out of an old poem, the word quark, but it was mysterious. So they were starting to understand in the 90s that our world of the physics world, there was things that were just unexplainable. They called it strange things. You gave it a name. You gave it some characteristics. You called it had charm, was one of the terms. It had a charm. It had a flavor. It had a color. But no one, Mr. Bannon, understood what it was. Just like the financial system.
And you wanted to invest.
Listen.
Okay.
Are you hearing them? Even in these sciences, they come up with terms like quarks and shit. Give it some name, give it some flavor, give it a definition, give it some characteristics. But nobody really knows what the fuck it is. Just like everybody running around talking about the soul. White people ain't got no soul. He ain't got no soul. He ain't got no soul. You don't know what the fuck it is. You don't. We finna get deep into that. Let's go. Just like he's saying, the financial system. Nobody knows what the fuck it really is.
The Santa Fe Institute was founded to do study in this type of.
Can these areas of strange things be described by some form of mathematics?
A little bit context. So he started something called the Santa Fe group. The Santa Fe group was trying to come up with a way to predict and come up with an algorithm that can predict and understand and get an understanding of this financial system. Guess what? Guess what? Mr. Epstein, who come to find out he's some fucking mathematical genius, who all these people in the money world will go to, including your Coinbase, your Epsteins, the people who started Bitcoin, the XRP, XLM, Bill Gates, Clinton, everybody. His shit failed. He couldn't figure it out. Some people could say he's lying, but he's talking about the whole thing. It couldn't be figured out. Let's continue.
So that's what I'm trying to get at. The foundational thought, the organizing principle of Santa Fe,
Yes.
in the high physics lab at Los Alamos,
Right.
which had been the headquarters of and the Trinity Project, right, the bomb.
Yes.
So you're talking about the elite, the high priest
Of physics.
of physics,
Yes, sir.
which high priest of physics, some subset of that is also mathematics.
Yes, they're both similar.
Project out. One of the tools you want to do is to make sure that in this complex system, the finance system, I'm doing a lot of this for philanthropy and a lot for the good of mankind, but also to be able to understand this complex system, the most complex outside of maybe our body, of the financial world.
Yes.
Did they create tools, or were you smarter in than the mid-aughts 15 years later than you had been then because of work that was done at Santa Fe?
No, it was great. But in fact, most of my philanthropy in the area of, can you describe things that appear to be unexplainable by mathematics? And can you fund people who have new ideas? And unfortunately, when someone thinks they've been able to, there's a man, Stuart Kaufman, when they think okay, I figured out how to be able to predict the unpredictable, what appears to other people to be unpredictable. But my system, in those days was called genetic algorithms, can predict what things will happen, and they all want to make money. So they use their systems to try to figure out, they know they have figured out the way to make money because they figured out the unexplainable. They try, they go bankrupt, and we start again. So with a cold view, what I've come to realize is that the attempt to mathematize, formularize, or what in your prior work, to understand what really is, in today's world, still unexplainable, is impossible.
It's fucking impossible, gang. Fucking impossible. It's not happening. Those are the same truths that we're going over here when we're talking about non-duality. You're going to bust your brain. You're going to get deeper and deeper into the matrix, trying to explain the unexplainable. It's not happening in the matrix. Your intellect it has a cap on it, gang. Your intellect has a cap on it. He's the epitome of showing that for this whole white supremacy system, for this whole patriarchy system. There's a cap on that intellect, gang. Thinking you're going to be able to explain the unexplainable. You thinking that you're going to get down to all these conspiracy theories of higher dimensions, different worlds, beyond the ice wall, inner earth, reptilian people, black people really come from this and this and that, and white people come from this, and black people come from this, and we come from this, and this is what's really happening. It's not happening, gang. That is the game of the illusion. It's to keep your ass forever searching. When the truth is in front of you, always. Your direct experience of observing this world. You are not doing anything. Ultimately, we're going to say ultimately, on a relative level, yes, we can agree that I am moving my hands. But on an ultimate level, who is this I? Point him out to me. You can't. It's not happening, gang. It's not happening. And you can't accept it. Why can't you accept it? You should be figuring that the fuck out with your super spiritual ass. This is a general statement. Let's continue the video. This one here, we're gonna stop at. Oh, we should have stopped. That's what we're supposed to stop at right there. And then we go into 115. Let me check the comments. Maya says the reason they were doing for a certain spirit. Yeah. Probably so. You see what I'm saying? That's why I keep telling you, like, if they give you, if the untrustable system gives you something that you are already suspecting, of course we would accept that. And I'm not saying that's not what happened, but there's none of our direct experience. It's all hearsay. It's all hearsay. It's all hearsay. And that's the ultimate truth. It's hearsay. We don't know. You don't know. They took 6 years to give us the fucking files. In 6 years, you can come up with the greatest Marvel movie in 6 years. They went in they could have went in writer's block and created all this shit with AI. You don't know. I'm not saying that it didn't happen. I'm telling you, we don't know. And we'll lie if we say that we do know. SOP. It's all labels for this shit. Nobody truly knows. Dropping serious gems. Can you accept it? Isn't that what big business truly is? Claiming that you've understood the ununderstandable, bro, and selling it. That is exactly what it is, bro. That's it, man. Come on, goddamn, Trav. Goddamn, Trav, on fire. That's exactly what it is. Gotcha, bitch. What would Dave Chappelle say? Gotcha, bitch. That's what he said. People try and fail. That's what he said. People try and fail over and fucking over. Can't you see the shit crumbles? That's one thing we do know. Shit goes up and it comes down within this illusion. Well, I tell people, you want white supremacy to end, you want patriarchy to end, but you don't want the benefits of that motherfucker to end, though. No, you don't. You want to be able to have a safe environment for your kids to live in. Because if all of that shit fails and everybody around you is used to the system that we've been on, people are going to lose their shit. So that environment for your child may not be safe no more. I have to accept that. You have to accept that if that's the case. You may be exposed to the elements outside even more. You may not be able to do what you go to school, get an education. We've made our value system based upon their value system. You want a man to have some good money and good this and good that. You want a woman to have this and have this and have that. But it's based upon their value system. That's why I always told you, if you can rearrange and reevaluate your own values, you'll be better off. And be okay with having less. Just in case the system does go that way. You know how to live with what you need and not what you want. I mean, but hey, that's something different. Let's see here. Let's get into this. Yeah, we almost done.
From Move Forward, you have people like Heisenberg and Gödel, and what every one of those mathematicians and philosophers came to understand is that there's something there's numbers can describe certain things. approximate certain things. But in fact, trying to put measurements and numbers on other things that are really unexplainable is folly. It's so 300 years ago, they said that unexplainable realm was God.
Boom. We're going to stop it right there before we continue. Is this not the same shit that a nigga told you? Stop. You know what? Let's remove that. Let's add something else to the stage. We'll get to that one later. Let's add something else to the stage. Did we not go through this in a dark veil lifted? Did we not go through this? Did we not go through this? Hold up. Did we not go through this? What Miss Dion Fortune said? Did we not go through this? Let's go over this again. The racial dharma of the West is the conquest of dense matter. Western occultist seeks not to escape from matter into spirit, leaving behind an unconquered country behind him. Leaving an unconquered country behind him. That is his root motive for the right hand path. That's your love and light. The Dharma of the West differs from the Dharma of the East. Withdrawal from the earth plane is not his line of progress. His urge is to conquer and reduce it to order and harmony. That sounds good, order and harmony, don't it? But by way of what he's been doing this whole time. That's order and harmony from his perspective. Nigga, that's order and harmony. And to reduce something and to put something into order, you have to measure it. You have to measure it. Here, in order that we may conquer dense matter and develop concrete mind. Remember, we're telling you that the mind is the fucking illusion. Are you listening? The mind is the fucking illusion. So they want to concrete the illusion. Everybody running off, quantum physics is really this, and quantum physics is so cool, and it's this and it's that, and spiritual. Listen, man, they ain't talking about a goddamn thing. I'm telling you, that's my perspective, nigga. That's my prerogative. Whatever Bobby said. Nigga, they ain't talking about a bitch ass thing. It may be cool to, oh yeah, dude, oh yeah, this and ooh that. That's cool, nigga. But let's keep this shit a buck, nigga. If you want a so-called spiritual path, nigga, it's not about developing a concrete mind. It's not about becoming a better human and conquering the world again. If you're so-called indigenous to this planet, so-called indigenous people, you've already done it. What Bobby say? Been there, done it, got the t-shirt. Been there, done it, got the t-shirt. We're not going back to be kings and queens. That's done. Or maybe you are. And that's perfectly fine. Let's go. And I told you. And how do you know that it's true that the nigga died just speaking out his side of his neck? Did we not? This is the Dark Veil Lifted video that's on the page. Right? Y'all seen this? We ran through it. All of their highest sciences is nothing but trying to measure. And what you are ultimately cannot be measured. Their highest scientists, mathematicians, physicists, polymath physicists, mathematicians, naturalists, astrophysicists. They measure with mathematical frameworks the behavior of particles to try to predict them. You worrying about that shit out there they got in Switzerland? What's that shit called? The particle accelerator CERN? They ain't doing shit, man. They not doing shit. They not doing shit. You not hearing me? They not doing shit. They not. The happening is happening. They want you. It's beneficial for them to let you believe that they are doing something. That's how they win. That's how they control. If I wanted to control, make you believe that I'm controlling you. And give you an educational system that I've created, which you don't know how to get out of, which is not naturally taught to how to get out of. And you would think with the very same factions and systems and concepts that I gave you to think by. So you will actually believe that you're going up against me and are going to defeat me with your thinking and the way that you're strategizing, when I gave you your limits of the way that you can even strategize. Are you hearing what I'm telling you, man? They ain't doing shit, y'all. Oh, well, you know, some people listen, some people don't. Very British of you, Dion. Trav says, well, no way. We was kings. We got to be a new pyramids and a new food pyramid. My way. Hey, man, if that is the game, the name of the game that you're playing, please play it. Because that got to be part of the way that this shit is supposed to play out. Is how I see it. But for those who really on this shit and trying to know thyself, come on, man. Stop it. Cut it out, man. Stop the malarkey. Cut the malarkey. Cut the fucking malarkey. Cut the fucking malarkey. They're trying to explain the unexplainable and they can't explain it. But they'll use complex words to make it seem like they understand what you can't, when it's very fucking simple. It's very fucking simple. Very simple. Let's go. Let's see.
And people who attempted, in fact, to explain the unexplainable, who said, yes, I understand the unexplainable, were charlatans. They were the occults. They were the astrologers.
He even talked about the occultists. Damn. Well, shit. In the astrologers, too. God damn.
Astrologers. They were the con men.
Alchemist.
Yes. Well, no, alchemist was in.
Oh, y'all can't even hear this shit. My bad, y'all. Nobody ain't telling me the video ain't playing. Oh, Trav heard it. Oh, so it was playing. Okay.
In fact, they believed that there was a way to transmute one metal into another. And in fact, they always wanted to see.
Let's go back a little bit.
One metal into another. And in fact, they always wanted to see.
Basis to it, and everything has a mathematical basis to it. Langdon seemed like a radical visionary. What happened to that concept?
You go back 350 years. So you have Isaac Newton.
I think I went too
You have
far.
like things that are really unexplainable is folly. It's so 300 years ago, they said that unexplainable realm was God. And people who attempted, in fact, to explain the unexplainable, who said, yes, I understand the unexplainable, were charlatans. They were the occults. They were the astrologers. They were the con men.
Alchemist.
Yes. Well, no, alchemist was, in fact, they believed that there was a way to transmute one metal into another. In fact, they always wanted to see if they can create gold. There's no reason, if you think about it, they recognize that one metal is different than another metal because it has some additional pieces to it. It has additional neutrons or protons or electrons. So because they thought it was a machine, they believed it was a machine, if I can take 5 protons and add 5, that gives me 10, I should be able to get gold. Move everything around inside these systems, the molecules transmute one molecule into another, and if this molecule I've transmuted it into is gold, I'm a rich man. It's back to money. But there's something strange happens. Isaac Newton says, this is really weird. If I want to push a ball on the table, I have to touch it. Maybe I have to blow on it. But I actually have to push one side of the ball or the book to move that side. I'm pushing here, and obviously this thing is what appears to us humans to be solid, so it moves as one thing. But the only way to get something to move was to touch it or put a force against it. Okay, seems to make sense. Everybody has that experience. I want to lift a glass, I lift it. If I want to push a ball, I push it. If I want to pull a ball, I pull it. But he recognized when the ball fell off the table, it went in a different direction. How's that possible? Nobody pushed the ball down. And he said, this is crazy. Why did the ball go down? I didn't push it. I just let it go. So someone's pushing the ball, because I know that I am confident that the only thing that gets something to move is with a force that pushes. So there's a force that's pushing the ball down. In fact, he called it gravity. He measured how fast it was pulled, but never was able to explain why it happened. How is it? What is gravity? It's this. Everybody says, well, why did the ball fall to the ground? Because gravity took it. But what's gravity? That's, as Feynman would say, that's the name of the thing. We have no idea what it is.
That's it. That's it. Is that not it? We're giving names to things that we ultimately can't explain. So when we call it the cosmic P, so when we call it the soul, so when we call it consciousness, so when we call it Brahman, so when we call it Shiva, so when we call it whatever the fuck we call it, what we're calling it is not exactly what the fuck it is. So this is why we get to the point where we say, those that say he knows, we know he don't know. And the one that knows that he does not know truly knows. And when we call it Purusha and Prakriti, not what it really is. Are we seeing the point I'm trying to make here? You listen to me. You listen to Trav. You listen to Bobby. You listen to Penny. You listen to whoever else and accept that as, damn, that's true. That's real. That's gems. But when so-called freak nasty man say it, you suspend it. You reject it. Are you really a truth seeker? Are you really? Or do you just want some shit that you already agree with to be said in the way that you agree with it and come from somebody that you like? I don't give a fuck if you niggas don't like me. What it is what it is. Take it or leave it. They ain't got nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. The truth is that we don't know the truth. That's the truth. It can't be known, but you know that you can't know it. The charlatans will try to tell you that they know it. 100% fact, I know it. And I'm going to connect the dots and show you. But the real truth is that nobody knows the real truth. So that truth gets called nothingness. And the nothingness really can't explain it. It may be bundled up and packaged in what they call non-dualistic, non-duality. But ultimately, there is no non-duality. Because if there's the only thing that ever existed is the only thing that actually exists, and it's not even a thing, there's no separate thing to know. Are you getting what I'm saying? There's no separate thing to know. If the only thing that exists is the only thing existing, there's nothing separate to know, because there has to be a separation for you to know something. For me to know this, there has to be a separation between me, the person who's saying me, and then this. Nigga, can you get it? But if we saying everything is God, if we're using Kabbalistic terms, everything comes out of Ein Sofer. Matter of fact, it never leaves out of Ein Sofer, the triple black darkness. It's inside the triple black darkness. The only thing that exists is the triple black darkness. The only thing that exists is the soul. There's nothing to know. It's only the soul. It's only God. It's only Shiva. It's only Purusha. It's only Brahman. It's only the para-Brahman. It's only the nothingness. It's not a particular thing. It's all things. Matter of fact, all things don't exist. Only this no thing exists. God damn it, can you niggas get it? That's the ultimate truth. There's no answer. There can't even be an answer, bro. Can you sit with that? Can you stick with that? Ego can't take that. Ego can't take that. When we call it consciousness or the absolute facts. Right there. Like Bobby said, I'm searching for the truth, even it leads me back to sitting in the pews at the church. How many niggas is like that? Lukewarm niggas ain't gonna be like that. I'm willing to. Now that I've come this far, I have no problem with Jesus Christ. Of course I had a problem with Jesus Christ when I first started off. But I had to check myself. Go back and read the text. Nigga ain't say shit wrong. He just gave it in a way that was supposed to be given in at that time. But if I can zoom out, like I told you, niggas keep talking about Jesus don't exist. Nigga, I thought that this whole illusion doesn't exist. So you don't exist. So fucking what if Jesus don't exist? You don't exist. You ultimately don't exist. What the fuck? So what the fuck are we yapping about? White man ain't never existed. I expect that from somebody who's new into this shit. I don't expect that from somebody who portrays to have all this high spiritual knowledge. I don't expect that from you. Again, general statement. Trav says, real truth seekers know. Ain't about the lips, the words coming out. Or the words coming out of the mouth, out of the lips. I got it. Zero, let's see. And that's the true P. SOP. No one's driving the fucking ship. There is no answer. Absolutely. Absolutely. I have a strong feeling that the negative things that are coming out about our subject are being built as a filter so that when he drops extreme heavy truth, people will have a reason to ignore it. There you go. That's what we talk. That's what I was saying earlier. People ignore it because of the whole preconceived notations of what they. Oh, he's a dirty this and dirty that and evil this and evil that and he reptilian eating people and all of that. You can't accept it. I think OG Bobby told us they have to put the truth out, or somebody else said it, or he said it too. They got to put the truth out. By what manner they put the truth out, it's up to them. They can put it out in comic books. They can put it out in movies. They can put the truth out. And they can even probably stretch it a little bit. But nonetheless, that's up to your discernment. You know? I know that I don't exist and I fucking love it. Fucking love it. We're going to finish off with this last part. And we're going to get on up out of here, y'all. And so we're going to, we might have, 141. Because I'm skimming through a lot of parts of the interview. You have to watch it on your own. You have to watch it on your own. But nonetheless, the dude in the video, the obnoxious interviewer told him, he called him soulless. He called him soulless towards the beginning of the interview with something, I'm paraphrasing, something of that nature. He called Jeffrey Epstein soulless. At this time, I don't even think Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of the underage women and all of that, underage children and all of that shit. I don't think he was even convicted of that shit. I don't even think those charges. Oh, maybe it was, because I think this was like the 2019. This is like one of the last interviews he did before he went to jail. Or even got tried for those crimes. I can't remember. So don't quote me on that. But the nigga called him soulless. And just like the people on goddamn Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, they ain't got no soul. He ain't got no soul. They're soulless people. And I know where we heard that shit from. But nobody can tell you what the fuck a soul is. Ultimately, on a relative level, yes, we can talk about a soul. And we know what a soul is not. Just like consciousness. We can't tell you what consciousness is, but we can tell you what it ain't. And that's the path of negation. I am not the body. I am not the mind. I am not this. I am not that. I'm not this. I'm not that. All you're going to be left with is the sense of I am. Not the word I am. The sense of I am, knowing that I exist. Keep telling y'all, all you know is that you exist. Everything else is secondary knowledge. Hearsay. All you know is that you exist. That's it. That I am. Everything after that, secondhand knowledge. Hearsay. You don't know that for a fact. But you do know you exist. You don't know if gods live on a 52nd dimension. You don't know that. But what you do know is that you exist. And you can't deny that, brothers and sisters. Let's continue. Let's wrap this on up.
Why in 15 years did you reach the end of at least that experiment?
Every attempt to, that's why it's so exciting now. Because I think certain people are starting to realize that there's so many things that are unexplainable that we have to think about them differently. Music is a great example. It's a common man's example. When you hear a certain song, it makes you feel a certain way. How does it do that? We don't know. We can't mathematize it. And even that music, Steve, nowadays we compress music. When you have a violin, it's compressed onto your iPhone. So what does compression mean? I'm taking lots of information and I'm cutting it into lots of pieces and squishing it together. And when I squish it or compress it, I have to take out lots of pieces, but I think that they're not very important pieces. It's those pieces that we take out when we compress data, to me, are the most interesting parts of life.
Dude saying some shit, man. Dude saying some shit, man. Is that not still the deletion, distortion, and the generalization of the mind? When you the map is not the territory where my nigga Trav at. The map is not the territory. Your mind is gonna automatically delete, distort, and generalize information. It's automatically doing it. Right now. It's automatically doing that. You don't do that. The mind automatically functions that way. So I keep telling niggas, understand the mind and its functionality and what it does. You will be able to see through the falsity of your own mind and stop worrying about other people's mind. He just broke it down talking about music, though. It's the same shit. Information has to be compressed for the mind to take it in. Your mind can't take in all the data. Just like a computer, it can't take 53,000 tabs opened up. It's not going to process right. That's why it's not good for you to take in all these conspiracy theories. That's why it's not good for you to keep trying to understand every fucking goddamn sign and symbol and trying to connect the dots of the fucking Super Bowl with Baphomet. It's going to systematically overload. The goal of spirituality is to clean this shit out of you, nigga. Or let it clean itself out by asking and inquiring on who the fuck I am. If I know I'm not, supposedly I'm not this body or this mind. Oh man, let's continue.
You just said a while ago, so part of this new search for science may go back to when people were actually talking about a soul, and you said there's no doubt in your mind that there is a soul. Describe for me what you mean by that. What do you mean by soul? What do you mean soul different than the physical analog body that we're seeing on film right now?
It's difficult to describe in words. I mean, I'm not a poet. Poems get a little closer to what that really means.
He says poets get closer to be able to describe what the soul is. That's why you get shit like the Bhagavad Gita. It's the song of God. It's poetry. That's why when you get Jesus talking in parables like a fucking poet, in metaphors like a fucking poet. Are you seeing it? Are you connecting this? Are you understanding this?
But even the concept of what is life becomes complicated when you deal with plants and seeds. Is a seed alive? I don't know. Certain people would say, no, it's dead. When you're a banana, one of my favorite examples is the banana that's sitting on the countertop in your kitchen today. Is it alive or dead?
What do you think about human life? What is human? Tell me about human life.
But your banana is alive. That banana is breathing. It's on your. You say that's impossible, Jeffrey. No, it's not.
Is the banana conscious?
All these words. These are words. So everyone's trying to fit a very complicated concepts into a very small box. Called.
Do you hear him? Everybody's trying to fit all these complex terms. Really, they oversimple. They so simple. We make them complex. Inside of a word, bro. You think the truth is going to be in words? That's why the OG say, hey, even the words that I'm telling you are ultimately false. You think this is profound spiritual knowledge, the OG say, Maharaj. But ultimately, literally, ultimately, all words are false. Words come from the mind. Mind has its nature in prana, the vital force energy. The awareness, the so-called what we use the word consciousness is prior. Who you are is prior to prana. So something so new can't describe something that came way before it. It's impossible. It's not happening to the T. You're not going to be able to. We'll be able to give you enough clues to point you that way. That's what your guru does. He points you in the way. That's what your spiritual teacher does. He points you in the way. Let's go.
Alive. These don't fit in that way. So if you put your banana in a bag and put another fruit in with it, the fruit ripens faster because the banana breathes with it. We don't understand most of those things. So you asked the question.
You talk about the life. What about human life?
What about it?
Tell me what do you think? What do you think human life is?
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. And when I say miracle, I can't explain it, and I make no attempt to explain it at the moment. We don't know how to think about it. And again, another one of the Feynman quotes when he was talking about quantum physics. He said, anyone, Jeffrey, who says they understand quantum physics and quantum mechanics and quantum behavior, you know they're lying.
Let's talk about it. That's post-Newtonian. Talk about what's the difference. Who founded quantum mechanics? Why is quantum mechanics taking Newtonian physics and taking it to the next level?
It forms a much broader category.
Let's go back to this desk. You use the thing of Newton using this desk. Why can't Newton's theory explain everything? Why did subatomic quantum mechanics or quantum physics have to come in to explain this?
Well, so let's go right back to square one. Why is it called quantum physics? So quanta is a word that simply means packet, small amount. So it's quantized. So when we recognize that this table appears, another very complicated word, solid to us, it's really made up of molecules or atoms. And atoms, we've given lots of names to what some of the behaviors. If you were in school, when you and I were in school in the 50s, the model was a little center thing in the middle, and an electron went around and around it. It was seen as a ball that went around and around it. And as we started to look at, say, well, let's see what this ball looks like. I want to be able to examine that little thing called an electron. We found that there was nothing there. There wasn't the thing. It was simply a cloud of energy that we can call an electron.
Are you hearing what he's saying? Even the highest sciences, man. The same shit that I was saying in a Dark Veil Lifted video, bro. They don't know shit. They don't know shit. And this guy told him, and he was the guy was a quantum physicist himself, told him, hey, if anybody says they understand quantum physics and quantum mechanics, they're a lie. We found out electrons, protons, and neutrons and looked at it and said, oh, let's go inside of electron, proton, and neutron. And got there and seen that it was fucking empty. So now, didn't I tell you, man, the intellect is the ultimate destroyer. The intellect is the ultimate destroyer. That's how if you ask me, that's how every society ends. They build up this intellect, and the intellect ultimately destroys them. Why? Because the more you know, the more you find out you don't know. You don't know shit. But you have to keep up the illusion that you do know shit. And that falsity is going to make it crumble. Because you're going to use more intellectual mumbo jumbo thinking and strategizing and planning and techniquing that ultimately you just destroy your goddamn self or destroy your whole fucking system. So sit back, cool, wait, this shit'll fall. Yeah. Can you take that? Take that. Can you take that?
So we already started to see mysterious things as we go into very super small quantities, quantum physics. So quantum physics started to go into the very small, and at very small distances, we see things that we can't explain. We just cannot explain.
Go on time.
4 minutes.
Okay. And to summarize, no, sorry.
Let's go back to human life. When do you think human life starts?
It's not these. So you see, this is the question. You're asking me to measure something again. It's the
It can't
disease.
be measured. You just hate making commitments.
Check this out. Check this out, bro. Listen to the interviewer. He can't accept it. So he get to throwing this shit at him. And watch how your intellect's like, well, damn, the interviewer's actually right. Or maybe your intellect say, no, he's not right. But check this out. Hold up.
That's why I'm not married.
I'm peeling this onion back a layer at a time. All your bullshit and happy target can't be measured like that. Is that to measure it's a commitment. You don't even like a commitment when you answer a question.
I don't.
They say in golf, commit to the shot.
I don't know what it means to be measured.
You do know what it means to be measured. You're one.
He telling them shit can't be measured. Dude don't want to hear that. And he rub off on him and saying, you bullshit. Yeah, what Travis just said, all your bullshit. All your bullshit. You don't want to commit. But what if the ultimate truth is there's nothing, you can't measure this shit? He's committed to that. So there is commitment there. But he's telling him that's a lie. Because your whole life is about measurement. That's how you make your money. But he told him in the beginning, how I make my money is with approximation. Mathematics is only approximations. It's not exact. Are you hearing that? Your mathematics is not exact. Come on, man.
Hedge fund guys or stock market financial wizards. You're in the high priesthood of high finance. You certainly know how to measure. That's why you're a billionaire. Any other answer besides that is total and complete bullshit. And you know it.
I know very few things.
You know things can be measured. You measure every day. You weigh and measure every day. You weigh and measure people. You weigh and measure leaders. You weigh and measure economies. You weigh and measure politics.
It's a very
you weigh and measure. You weigh.
Hang on.
Your whole life, in fact, is measuring.
So what you've now done is a great thing. Is you've used the word measure, a mathematic term, in the common vernacular and abused it. So I don't even recognize what it means. It's so abusive to my field.
Why? And let's go to that. In mathematics, measure means what specifically?
There's no specific. It's an approximation, or giving something a number. If Einstein
We're
said,
not asking you to go to the 9th decimal point.
that you didn't say that before.
No, you're not going to the 9th.
I don't even. What if I say measure? How tall are you? You'd say in your case 6 foot.
6 feet.
But is it 6 foot 1 inch?
Give or take. It's between 5'11" and 6 feet.
But what's that? But I want. But so the question is, I want an accurate.
I got Zeno's paradox.
I don't even know what it means to measure you. Am I measuring the top of your hair, the top of your skull, the finer, the more
you're being rabbinical. This is like
I shave my beard off. I used to be rabbinical.
My point is, isn't that going through the Torah where you're parsing every definition?
No, it was.
See, here's the thing about it, though. That's the way you got to discern through this shit, right? Because at what point do we stop saying this is good and this is evil, right? So when we say this is good and this is evil, okay, yeah, okay, maybe we can agree that this is wrong and this is that. But let's talk about this shit though, y'all. Let's talk about this shit. Because me and my woman was talking about this shit earlier, dealing with right and wrong, good and evil. At what borderline do we stop and call and say, okay, this, because there has to be a line drawn. On what side of the line is good and on what side of the line does good cross over into being evil, right? Because you can say it's good, I become a rich rap nigga, and I go get some money and get some, you know what I'm saying, to go back and take back food to the hood and feed the homeless. Oh, he's doing a good thing. Oh, but we all know in this food is giving us cancer. Some people say it's giving us herpes. Some people say it can give you AIDS. It's giving us this. But that's a good thing though, right? So you have to get into these particulars. But the interviewer don't want to hear that. Just like a lot of people don't want to hear that. Because it's evil to put people in a slave trade and have them dig up cobalt for your fucking iPhones, right? That's wrong. But ain't no nigga giving up their iPhone. It's wrong to have children in a room slaving to build your Dior shirts. But bitches and niggas wearing Dior shirts. Where do we draw the fucking line? I think I over-exaggerated, Trav. but where do we draw the line? Facts, I see that too. But where the fuck do we draw the line? Don't nobody want, you want a clear, concise line drawn in this illusionary ass reality, but can't be no clear, concise line drawn. That's the point of it. That's why you have the Hermetic principle of polarity to help you niggas. I'm a nigga included. It was to help. But you can't take that. A lot of y'all sound just like the fucking interviewer. And you think you some super spiritual person.
However we broadly define measure, your life literally is about measurement, is it not?
It's about putting numbers on things so that I can try my best. That you can call it whatever you like. If that makes you feel better.
No,
I want to make you happy.
Back to your scientific inquiry.
I don't know what that is.
No, even a number. People don't. A number is a complicated.
When did you come to this when did you come to this aha moment? Was when it was in your solitary confinement when the biggest financial crisis in world history was going on in your 7x9 jail cell with your metal bed and your two brushes because you were a trustee with the brown uniform on, trustee spelled wrong? Is that the moment of clarity that you had about science and Newtonian physics and everything that we can measure is really not going to be the way we go forward? It's going to be much more esoteric, emotional intelligence thing. Was that your moment of clarity?
I wish it was, because it would make such a great story for this interview, but it's not. It's the fact that I lead such a privileged life to come across.
But when did you? If it didn't happen then, when did it? Or did it happen before?
I was going to hopefully get to the. I'm in a privileged position to have some of the world's smartest people come to my house and tell me what they think about different subjects, and I finally realized that the thing that they had most in common was there was this area, no matter how smart they were, that when I asked them the questions, they said they'd have to resort to a 500 or 1,000-year-old response to that question, which was, I don't know.
That concludes it, y'all. He was privileged to have the world's smartest people at his feet or at his door, and he was able to lend them an ear. But every last one of them, no matter how smart they was, your Elon Musk, your niggas who created Bitcoin, your Rockefellers, your motherfuckers who were in the World Economic Forum or WHO, BlackRock, all of them. Your Trumps, your Bill Clintons, Bill Gates, All of them. They all had to refer back to this ancient information that ultimately leads you to understand that we don't know. You don't know. Can you niggas accept that? Can you accept that? Can you accept that? Let's pay attention to something here. I want you to pay attention. By way do you know shit? What way do you know shit? You know things by the 5 fucking senses. Everything that you feel like you know is by the 5 senses and the 5 elements. Matter of fact, I got a better one to give you. 1 second. Oh, yeah. Stand on principle. Don't forget that, niggas. Let's go through these 5 elements right here. We're going to conclude it with this. Oh, shit, it's cutting it off. Let's see. Is it? Okay. Oh, yeah, we gotta move me out the way. Hold up. By everything that you know is through the 5 elements. This is Samkhya. See, actually, there are 25 elements. And you can go further. I'm pretty sure there's 375 million elements. But this is the way by you know information. Could you say you know anything about Jeffrey Epstein without your 5 senses? Huh? Without your hearing, your touching, your feeling, your taste, and your smell. You need all of those senses, which are already down here in the fucking illusion. They already down here in the illusion under Maya. Are you hearing me? That's already under Maya. Look at the bottom of this page. Those 5 elements connected with those 5 senses are down here in the illusion. And those are called the tanmatriyas, the subtle elements. Then you have the gross elements, the Mahabhutas, Akasha, space, value, wind, and Tajas, fire, Appa, water, and Prithvi, earth. And earth connects with smell. Water connects with taste. Fire connects with form. Sound connects, wind connects with touch. Sound connects with Akasha, aka space. But guess what? It don't stop. Because you got the Carmendrias, right? You're speaking, right? These are the actions, these are the senses of action. You know you was layered this level. See how much shit it got to go through for you to be able to process information? Listen to what I'm telling you, nigga. You got speaking, which goes through sound, which goes through space. When I say go through, I just mean these are all connected. These are the shit that has to go through and travel through all of these. We're talking about your mind now, my nigga. We're talking about how the illusion is created, my nigga. Then you have the sense, the action, the sense action, right? So we're dealing with the actions senses, the senses that are based in action. You have grasping, and that connects with touch, and touch connects with wind. And then you have the actual action of mobility, moving. That deals with form, right? And then fire. Then you have the excretory organs connected with taste and connected with water. Then you have the procreating sense organs of action, which deals with smell. Actually, I think this is a little backwards. Procreating with smell and earth. But nonetheless, nigga, we just let you know that they're processes. And then you have the buddhi indriyas, senses of cognition. You're hearing, you're touching, you're seeing, you're tasting, and smelling. So that is all created. So I'll take that back. I mean connected. Which your hearing deals with hearing and speaking go hand to hand. Hearing and speaking also connect with sound, and sound is connected with space. Your touching is connected with grasping, and that grasping is so the action of touching, right? You have to begin to touch something to cognize something. You have to grasp. This grasping something also interacts with touching, and that touching also interacts with the wind. Touch itself and touching are two different things. Then you have seeing, right? That connects with moving and form, and then fire, right? This one, his eyes were like a blaze or some shit like that, right? Then you have tasting, goes back, connects with excreting, you're shitting and pissing out. And then you go to taste, and that connects with water. And then you deal with smelling, that connects with procreating, and smell with smelling and smell, two different things, and that connects with earth. So if you're paying attention to what we're talking about here, you see how many motherfucking processes got to be gone through, and that's just at the lower level. We just dealing with over here. Technically, we're dealing with the mind. We ain't got to the three. We ain't even really. This ain't even got down to the three. Here's Rogers, Thomas, and Sattva, man. Here's your three gunas. That's why I say it's the three gunas and the 5 elements. You got to know these things and know how they work and understand that this is a whole system. Before you can even get to say the word Jeffrey Epstein, these functions have to be functioning. All 25 of these things got to be going on. You niggas ain't hearing me, bro. I know y'all ain't. I can't see the chat because I got this on full screen. I'll check it in a second. So you got your Sattva, your balance aspect. Then you got your Rajas, the moving aspect. And you got your Tamas, the breaking down aspect. These are the 3 attributes that all of these have within them. And at the top of the list, or the second to the top of the list, you have the identity aspect, the ahankara, the ego. Yeah. And then on top of that, you have the buddhi, the intellect, the will, characterized by the 8 bhavas, or mahat, the first principle of individuation. The intellect, the will that's putting all this shit together. But all of that comes out of Prakriti. Are you hearing me? Here's your whole creation from 2 down to 3 to 4 to 5 and everything after 5. There you go. There's your illusion right here on one page. There's the matrix. That's where Jeffrey Epstein exists at. Yeah, that's where your Jeffrey Epstein exists at. And within Prakriti, you got to understand Prakriti by way of understanding this is unmanifested. Prakriti has no cause. There's no cause for Prakriti. But she is, or it is, the producer of all causes and effects. Ain't that a paradox? Then you have the so-called soul, the individual soul, which you can go back here and see that the individual soul is still under Maya, the illusion. Come on, man. Where's y'all at? Y'all may be saying something, but I ain't saying it because I'm inside the what's the name? I'm inside the full screen. Here you go. Here's your Rogers, Thomas, and Sattva. Every element has to take place within these 3. They have this is that pendulum swing here. It's swinging from Rogers to Thomas. Rogers should be at the left, and Sattva should be in the middle, and Thomas should be over here on the right. But nonetheless, I didn't create this. I got this off of Reddit or some shit. The 3 gunas, the building blocks of creation. Sattva, the quality of knowledge, governs knowledge and purity, represents the principle of harmony, balance, and intelligence, and forms the organs of perception. The sattvic aspect of the elements evolves into the five senses: hearing, touching, smelling, sight, and smell. Forms the inner mind, the antakarana, the mind tool, the intellect, the ego, and memory. The total sattvic aspect evolves into the mind, intellect, ego, and then memory. Then we have rajas, governs actions and passion, represents the principle of activity, movement, and ambition, and it forms the organs of action. The rajasic aspect of the elements evolves into speech, grasping, moving, locomotion, or procreation and excretion, and it forms the vital life forces, or the pranas. The total rajasic aspect evolves into the five vital airs or energies that animate the body. Thomas, the quality of inertia, governs inertia in matter, represents the principle of dullness, inactivity, and so-called darkness, and forms the gross physical world. The tamasic aspect of the subtle elements undergoes a process of grossification, the breaking down and the building up. I hope niggas is listening. I'm gonna go back to the chat in a minute. And becomes the five gross elements: earth, water, air, fire, and space. This process creates the physical elements we perceive: space, air, fire, water, and earth. Come on, man. Understand this. Get your ass out of the motherfucking illusion. And notice that there actually is no fucking illusion. Because you're already up here. Shiva, pure consciousness, or Brahman, whatever the fuck we want to call it. The real you is all the way up the fuck here. And all this shit down here is transitory. What do we call truth? What do we call truth? What we call truth here is that which does not change. It's constant and stays the same. But everything we talking about is truthful and false. It's in the changing reality that we call the illusion. Only thing that is true is that I am, that I exist, and I am observing everything. The observer is constant in all three states. Let's pull it back up here. Hold up. And what three states am I talking about for those that don't know, that missed this? The waking, the dreaming, and the deep sleep state. That at the top is always constant through all three of these states. Pure awareness is always there. It does not change. But deep sleep can change into dreaming. Dreaming can change into the waking. But that silence, that ultimate observer standpoint, observes all three of those states. That's your direct experience. You don't need to read a book to see that to be true. It's your everyday experience. But instead, we're worrying about what Epstein's done. But instead, we sitting here and had to decode through fucking mind control tricks that they use to get you emotionally riled up, it was useful and appropriate nonetheless. But here's the real ultimate facts here. By which way do you think you know things? Oh, that shit is done by way of the five senses and the three gunas. And we know the eyes lie to us. We think we see shit that we really don't see. We think we hear shit. We think we smell shit. We think we feel shit that we probably really don't fucking feel. We know that. But somehow we seem to know what the fuck Epstein was doing on his motherfucking island. And be dead the fuck serious about what we know about that. And eat that shit up. Stop the bullshit. Cut the bullshit, man. Cut the bullshit, man. The fool gives us herpes. Ain't no seen that. Okay, now it's catching up. Now I can see all the comments. The ancients figure all this out already, but the West has to reject it simply to fulfill its karma of conquering matter. I can see that. I can see that, cool. I can see that, cool. Trav says, this is good stuff. I miss it. And he said, I once knew a girl named Andrea, and she had beautiful eyes. I can believe that, bro. Gotcha. I agree with you, Trav. This is only the thing that really matters. I got finally here. Grasping something is an illusion. Cosmic Puzzle P said it. So, hey, y'all. What was said has been said. Take a picture, write it down. Or you can go study Samkhya. I get it from Mr. Travis motherfucking Majors. Like I told y'all, man. Hey, this man said this was here. This information is readily available here, and you can get it here. You can do your own independent study, nigga. I went and got it. And by the way, well, what I found was I'm so thankful for this nigga motherfucking Travis Majors. Thankful for niggas like Bobby and Brother Penny and Phil Valentine. Niggas sit here and give you sources to do your own independent research, and motherfuckers still won't do it. Keep showing up to class, I guess. Shit, ain't no wrong with it. But I'm telling you, you understand this mind, you understand the whole fucking illusion, bro. It ain't nothing that can be pulled on you about some guy in some distant universe or dimensions or the Anunnaki. None of that, man. No Epstein, no Trump, no none of that, man. You're not fooled even by spiritual traditions and spiritual systems. You're not even fooled by none of that no more. Because you can discern through your own reality. You can read some of this and learn some of this and then go back discern through your own fucking reality. And see for your goddamn self. Because what did my man say here? We're going to end it right here with a great Maharaj. To be liberated, you must transcend knowledge. Any knowledge acquired through the mind within the realm of consciousness is itself an object and therefore part of the illusion. I hope you are listening. Any knowledge acquired through the mind within the realm of consciousness is itself an object and therefore part of the illusion. Clinging to it as an achievement is the final trap. True self-knowledge is not an acquisition. It's not about acquiring more knowledge about shit, about what they're doing, about every goddamn symbol and what every god means. Nothing wrong with knowing some of that, but I'm telling you, it's not about acquiring a whole bunch of that shit, but a recognition of what you are when all concepts, including I have knowledge, are dropped. Everything you learn ultimately has to be forgotten. It don't matter, it will happen anyway at the so-called time of so-called death. If you think that you have acquired knowledge and that this is your achievement, then you are still far from self-knowledge. Anything that you acquire, even knowledge, is false. Zero. that will conclude the Jeffrey Epstein files, interview, video, good versus evil versus truth. And what we just read on this last one here, that's the truth. You don't know. Wow, I appreciate that. I'm thankful for you too. Keep the torch lit, my guy. Hey, man, you act like you retiring or something. Where you going, nigga? Nah, you know as much love, though, Trav. Trav a stand-up motherfucker anyway. He's a stand-up nigga anyway. Got the utmost respect for him, bro. Utmost respect. Remember about 2 years ago in the video, Trav dared us to study this chart. My life hasn't been the same since. Come on, man. See, he triple dog dared your ass. And that's exactly, sometimes that's how it gotta be. Cosmic P, Travis motherfucking Majors, standing on P. This is how we rocking out with the Glock out. This is how we rocking, y'all. I see what we'll see. We got, oh man, damn, Don Tree. I missed you the whole show, bro. You gotta go back and watch this one, bro. You gotta go back and watch this one if you just catching the end. Obviously, as you see, it's a long one. Yeah, bro. This is one of the ones we ran through it, y'all. We ran through it. We ran through it. So we ran through the mind control that may be being pulled on you. We ran through techniques that they may be using. We even showed that Jeffrey Epstein is saying the most obvious truths, but our ego and our perception of how truth should be delivered and who is permitted to speak on it can block you from receiving it. That's the way the ego works. That's the trick of this place. They know you so emotionally attached to your beliefs and the way that shit should be. This is a perfect way to get a nigga. We ran through that. We showed that. We got to the 5 elements and the senses and the 3 gunas and how they're all connected. And how before you even receive information to make a judgment on it, it has already went through all these goddamn processes. But it's happening so fast and spontaneous. The mind, you can't process it. Your ego can't process it and identify that it's happening. But that's why we're here to give the information. The process of discerning through. That's what the mind do. But ultimately, you're not the mind. You are the observer of the mind. And that is your direct experience. You watch thoughts pass. But your problem is that you give too much attention to them thoughts, and those thoughts creates counter thoughts, and those counter thoughts create more thoughts. You thought we was gonna sit here and really talk about how nasty and fucked up Jeffrey. I don't give a fuck about Jeffrey Epstein. I'm here to show you your own mind and the bullshit that it does, how you can see through it. Y'all know how we rocking over here. We standing on principle, gang. SOP, god damn it. Honestly, one of your best lectures. Appreciate you, my guy. Coop TGS. What's happening? What's happening? Appreciate you, my guy. Jeff said understanding means predictable, and I ain't forgetting that. That was one of the ones, wasn't it, Trav? One of the ones. Understanding means predictable. Do you understand? Can you accurately predict? Don't think for 1 second, or I wouldn't have showed up. I didn't think that for 1 second, or I would have showed up. Yeah. See, I mean, y'all know, because there's still 17 people watching right now, and everybody's not in the chat. 18 people watching, and everybody doesn't comment in the chat. So them may be the ones that may not know. It's just be me outside spectating and watching, you know what I'm saying, and soaking this up. So, some people probably thought we was gonna come on this motherfucker and talk about how self-righteous I am, and how much better of a person I am than Jeffrey Epstein, and that he should be whatever happens should happen to whatever should happen to him. And I agree with that. I don't got nothing against whatever happens should happen. Let the fucking shit happen. I ain't got nothing to do with that. That ain't what we deal with over here. We talking about self-knowledge. Okay? We need to raise up and organize and take the system down. Niggas thought we was gonna be on some shit like that. What? Listen, twin, we not on it. No, we rising up. The only system niggas need to take down is this one here. Hold up. It's this one here. That mind. Take that motherfucker down. Take that mind down. Take that mind down through there. How about that? How about that, guys? And if you don't know, as you can see, Trav has quotations of marks around it for a reason. That's what you need to be discerning through. You're trying to take down a goddamn system. Your mind, that system only exists within your mind. Ponder on that. That shadow government only exists in your mind. Those archons and evil Anunnaki and all, that only exists within your mind. How do you know? Because how do you get to know things? We're showing you right here. Can you talk about, let's go through these sense organs. Can you talk about the Anunnaki if there was no Akasha, which correlates with space and sound, which correlates with speaking and hearing? Could you know about the Anunnaki? Could you, if the Anunnaki do appear, would you be able to see them without form, without movement, without the element of fire? If you was nasty and freaky, would you be able to taste them without the water element and the subtle element of taste and the senses of action, of excretion, in the sense of cognition, tasting? Would you be able to? Those are not the questions that you're asking. You're asking what you're sitting here asking what the secret society is doing, and they should be held accountable for their day in court, and we should take the system down. I don't give a fuck about no aliens or no reptilians or no Epstein or no Trumps. I know they are only figments of my imagination. That's the truth. And you know it, but you don't want to accept it, nigga. We gotta. That we got shit, man. There was definitely a large void on YouTube when you and Trav don't go live. Much respect, much love and respect. Much love and respect, Mopper. You know what you said? I'm sick of the bullshit. Proteus Seer of Eon says, all hail our Epistonian spirit guide. Zero says, absolute facts. I've been on my own world, and I forget people think like this until I go outside. Respect, Cosmic Puzzle Piece. That is how this shit be, man. But we finna go on and end this shit, y'all. We've been on here for 4 hours and 39 minutes. I know a lot of y'all gotta go to work. I gotta get up and get to work. And then it's my lovely, lovely goddess queen, my milk of magnesia's birthday tomorrow, which she really don't celebrate birthday, but we gonna do a little something. It is. So, as y'all know, how we gotta end this shit. As Mr. Ganesha back there says, the remover of obstacles says, no obstacles will apprehend you. prosper over pain. There are no obstacles, no secret group of people doing anything. There's only an opportunity for you to realize who the fuck you are. There's always the opportunity for you to realize who you are. And there's always an opportunity for you to observe your one-sided thoughts, your one-sided opinions, in your emotions, in your body, in your mind. There's always that opportunity. Are you taking it? This is what the My Gnosis channel is about. That knowledge, not knowledge of a whole bunch of cool little things. That's cool. And I have no problem even learning about that sometimes. But I know that shit ain't finna get me nowhere with realizing who I am. Maybe I used to think like that, but now I know. And I'm here to let you know. I'm here to help point you in the fucking direction. If you take it, great. If not, even greater. Well, I don't know which one's greater. But whatever. That's up to you to decide. Prosper over the pain. No obstacles will apprehend you. Prosper over the pain. And stand on motherfucking principle. My Yacht Mystic said, only have power because of the focus that we give it. And I give thanks right back to you, my Yacht Mystic. Right back to you. Cosmic Puzzle Pieces SOP. What was a flame? Sent that flaming emoji heart. It's all love. And see you Sunday. Y'all know we got to finish up Sunday. Get back to that book. We almost done, y'all. We almost done. And I'm going to flash. Nope, I ain't flashing shit else. I done already told you niggas to go get the books. So, love you motherfuckers. Love, peace, and have grease. We out. And peace and prosperity. Yes, sir. That's what we pushing. And this cosmic P.